Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the March 6th, 2025 Agenda Meeting of the Minnesota Public Utilities Commission. I'm Katie Sieben, the Chair of the Commission. I'll take the role of the other commissioners who are present for today's hearing. Commissioner Partridge.
Here.
Commissioner Hom.
Here.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Here.
Commissioner Tuma.
Here.
A quorum is present, and we have 4 items on our agenda today, 5 items on our agenda. The first item will be introduced by Christian Noyce. When you're ready, please introduce agenda item number 1.
Good morning, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Item number 1 is docket number E0145, 328/SA-24-428, involving MiEnergy Cooperative and the City of Whalan in the matter of the joint request of MiEnergy and the City of Whalan to modify electric service territory boundaries. The question before the Commission is, should the Commission approve the service territory transfer from the City of Whalan to MiEnergy Cooperative? We have representatives from the Department of Commerce, the City, and MiEnergy available for any Commissioner questions. Staff have no additional comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Tuma, the MiEnergy docket, please.
Yeah, I don't know if Mayor Hallam and Attorney O'Karen, they've got to turn their cameras on. They're free to. I just had a quick question for them. Brian Crambier was here actually on Tuesday for a planning meeting, and we had a couple questions on this, and it was very helpful. But I had a couple questions for them, so I don't know if they're hearing and live and available.
Mayor Hallam, can you hear us? It looks like you're on, but we can't hear you or see you. How about, is Joe O'Karen on? Corin? From the city attorney? Maybe you're both having connection problems.
Yeah.
We could lay this item over and try to get, oh, there we go. No, maybe not. See if we could get them connected and then come back to this after we take up item number 2.
Yeah, we want to make sure they can hear, so that was why one of the reasons I was going to ask him a question. So yeah.
One more time. Anyone from the City of Whalan, can you hear us? Then we'll just lay this item over and then proceed to item number 2. And hopefully the folks from Whalan can get connected. I don't know who can help with that. Well, we're working on item number 2, but we'll come back to it after we're done with item number 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Panay, please introduce item number 2.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Item number 2 on today's agenda is docket number CI-24-316, all electric utilities, and it is in the matter of the investigation into transmission curtailment matters, drivers, and potential solutions to limitations resulting from the Nobles County substation. And the single question before you today is what action, if any, should the Commission take regarding the investigation into the Nobles County substation? And I just would like to make some clarifications. We have 3 sets of revised decision options. The first one was filed 2 days ago by staff, and it's in the docket. And yesterday, Commissioner Tuma also filed a revised decision option, and Xcel Energy also filed 2 modified decision options. And I have copies for all of those in here for anybody that needs one. And we have, according to the responses I received, we should have representatives from the department, DER, in the room here today. We should have representatives from Xcel Energy, Minnesota Transmission Owners, and also Minnesota Power, and not the least, Dakota Electric Association is here. And the 3 other parties who provided comments, I invited them via WebEx, and I have not received any response yet, meaning EDF, National Grid, and Murray County, the Board of Commissioners Chair.
Sorry, can you repeat that last part?
Yes, I said the three other parties who provided comments in the docket, EDF Renewables, National Grid Renewables, and Murray County. Murray County did not provide comments in this docket today, but they did provide comments in the biannual transmission projects report regarding congestion and tax payments to the county. So these three parties have not responded whether they are participating at the meeting or not.
Okay, so when it says like Jackie Meyer on my list is here representing Murray County, we don't know if she's here or not, or?
We don't know, but she's the board of the Murray County County Commission, and she signed the comments in docket 20, the biennial transmission from 2023. She's the one that signed the comments complaining about congestion and tax revenue shortfalls.
Okay, could the parties please come forward? First, starting online, if you're appearing in this docket, please state your name and the organization you're representing.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Matt Brodeen on behalf of Minnesota Power.
Thank you. And on my right.
Jared Almina, Great River Energy, representing Minnesota Transmission.
Good morning. Christy Bruesven, appearing on behalf of the Minnesota Transmission Owners.
Dr. Lieb.
Sydney Lieb with the Minnesota Department of Commerce.
Ari Zwick with the Minnesota Department of Commerce.
Adam Sokolsky for EDF Renewable. Sorry, Adam.
Adam Heinen with Dakota Electric Association.
Apologize, Madam Commissioner, or Madam Chair. Some confusion on my part, but Ian Dobson with Xcel Energy.
Confusion about your name or the organization you're representing?
Plead the fifth.
Okay, starting with, well, who would like to begin with questions? We don't have opening comments here, but there have been a variety of new decision options and I think some confusion in the record. So, Commissioner Tuma, if you wanted to start with questions, I think we should get like a overall like recommendation from parties of how they think we should proceed. But if you want to start that way, please go ahead.
Ms. Bruesman, I'll start with you because I do want to get kind of an overall feeling. I'm inclined, as I read the record, and I don't know where my colleagues are obviously on this, that where the record stands at this stage is to essentially close this docket out and proceed into the next MTO report in November. So as much as we're dealing with this, asking you to do things in that report is to me the focus of this and close this docket out. That's kind of where I'm at. I appreciate Xcel trying to figure out pilots, and I have no problem with them wanting to do pilots, and whether they do it in the next MTO or on their own, that will be one of the questions I want to ask you. I don't think I need to clutter this order up. I'd rather just the docket close. And the other question I have for you is I did have a decision option about the data that was collected. And I will be honest with you, I didn't go look at the data. I'm not a data geek, but I really did appreciate the analysis that was in the result of that data about the constraints, what's economic, what's physical constraints. It seemed to be beneficial. And so I don't know if that's replicable by the TOs, okay? And I don't know if it's difficult for the TOs to gather and if it is if you really think it is of value or if it's flawed. And so my questions to everybody is, what do you want as far as decision options here? Again, my preference is to move to the next phase and whether we want pilots in this order or not, okay, and then whether we're comfortable with this data that is collected. So tell me what you want to see out of today.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Tuma. I think this docket has been useful in kind of getting a good foundation headed into the biennial transmission report. I would agree with you that most of the work that we're focused on, you'll see the results of that November 1st, and there's a lot of really good work going on. And so I appreciate that direction of sort of just wrapping this one up so we can really focus on those ongoing studies that were required by the legislature and that we have underway. There are a number, and I think Xcel did a nice job outlining of both short, medium, and long-term opportunities that we are very carefully investigating and looking at and weighing that cost-benefit, the whole piece of it. So I think I would agree with you if we can focus on the next biennial transmission report plan in terms of that information, that would keep our folks focused on those efforts, and they're a big endeavor. So that would be fantastic. But decision options, I would say that from our perspective, we would be supportive of decision option 1. We'll defer to Xcel on 2 to 4. I think you're probably headed in the right direction in terms of suggesting maybe that the pilots are maybe not ordered here, but come out of that study work and are reflected there. And then with regard to decision option number 10, I think the MTO could be supportive of that. There is some valuable information. I think you have to keep it with a grain of salt. It's really hard to recreate each and every curtailment scenario, so there's a lot of estimation going on there. But to the extent that that's useful information to the Commission, we would just ask to modify that language, either to just focus on the Nobles County substation and get an update on that, but instead of the language "and across Minnesota," what we'd ask is if we could focus those to the areas of congestion that are going to be looked at in the GET study. That would keep us focused in those same geographic areas and those areas with the highest congestion across the state.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't understand the whole FNOC or whatever. Does that include Nobles, or is that, it seemed to me like that was, we're looking at several interconnections bleeding out of Nobles is what I thought it was. And so would it be better to say whatever that acronym is it FNOC?
FNOC, yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, there are, I think, 3 substations, and they're 2 letters of each of the county names involved to come up with FNOC. We understand at least your Nobles County substation to be that area of the state, and I think staff, department staff, had a definition of FNOC that we could use if that's what you were to substitute here.
If that's what's worked, and I'll be pretty honest on this to do a deep analysis of this, but if you can replicate those numbers like they did in this study so that we give an analysis of what's engineering, what's economic, what's going to be solved in 5 years when we build all the JTIQ lines and the Xcel interconnect.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Toom, I think you're going to get a lot of that in what's planned in the GET study now, because that does have some congestion charge related items that are involved in that look, and that forward-looking forecast rate of areas of congestion 5 years out. So I think you'll see that in what's already planned, but I think this language is something that we could gather. We again just ask to narrow so it's not quite so broad about across Minnesota, because that's hard for us to pin down.
And I was, yeah, go ahead.
Madam Chair, at the end of Commissioner Tuma's decision option 10, I'd strike across Minnesota and add instead, and I'm going to give a citation here back to the session law that requires the GET study, be areas of congestion identified as part of the GET study required under the 2024 session laws, Chapter 126, Article 6, Section 52. Madam Chair, I believe, as I understand this curtailment and economic impact data to mirror what the department did in their analysis, that was not explicitly required by the legislation. We are looking at congestion charges as part of that. It's a slightly different analysis. I think you could defer to the legislation, or if this information was helpful, we would supplement that in these areas.
So your modification at the end of Commissioner Tuma's is providing clarity that there should be in the project report, like specifically look at these areas of congestion in this Nobles County Substation area.
And replicate the numbers that the department put together so that we can do a comparison of, kind of a linear comparison of, you know, it was here and now it's here, I guess is what I was trying to get at.
Okay, that's helpful. Sorry, Commissioner Tuma, go ahead.
So I was trying to figure it out too, so that was very helpful to me. And then I'd just go down the road, Madam Chair, if we could, and just figure out where people are at.
On all of it,
Yeah.
on all the recommendations. Mr. Dobson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma. Obviously, with respect to the decision options that Ms. Brewster just talked about, we're in alignment with them. She left open 2 through 4 that relate explicitly to Xcel. We've obviously come to an agreement with the department on some modified language for 2 and 3. I will also confess on that for some reason that is just a mistake on our part. The specific language we refiled on 3 missed one edit, and I can give that to you whenever you want.
I'm confused about, you filed,
the letter.
your decision option, just so commissioners have it too, has a lot of red line language on it.
Yep.
And now you're saying that the department supports this as well?
Yeah, we have worked that out.
We'll ask them, but.
That's fine. Yes, unless they surprise me, we worked that out. The only thing I wanted to mention is on 3 we missed an edit. I can give you that now.
The modified
3.
Xcel decision option 3.
Correct, on the second page, which is on the 3rd line. The word any should say, you should strike any and add each commercially available.
Sorry, we can't really hear you that well. Can you turn up the volume, if possible? And one more time, on the 3rd line, strike any and insert what, Mr. Dobson?
Each commercially available.
Which utilizes each commercially available power flow controller solution?
Yep, you got it.
That's just on 3, right?
Just on 3, yep. We missed that when we filed what we had agreed to with the department.
And then what about the rest of your decision options?
And then we would oppose 4. I think that is still an issue that you can talk to the department about their position on that. And then everything else we agree with Ms. Brewson.
Tell me again what that is. 4, start over. Decision option 1. Sorry.
Yeah. 1 and 10. Yeah. It would be 1 and 10 as modified, and our modified 2 and 3.
And then to the question, do you care that it's in this docket, or if you want to continue to do 2 and 3, could we say in a separate docket or in the MTO coming up in November? I don't know what your preference is. I'd frankly just like to close this docket and move on to a new docket, just to keep things clean. But
well, the way that the decision option is worded is that we would file in the 2025 biennial transmission report. So I think that's covered in the language of the decision options. Yeah, at least the one. Yeah. With respect to 1 and 10, I'm fine with it. Yeah.
For the department, Commissioner Tuma's question is, what decision options do you support, Ms. or Dr. Lieb?
The department, I think we filed or informed the commission ahead of time. We support 1 through 5, 7, and we would support Commissioner Tuma's 10. When we're talking about 2 and 3, it is consistent. Ian's telling the truth here that we did agree with him on his modified 2 and 3. We also still believe 4 should be done. We think that that's really valuable information that's not going to be brought forward through the GETS plans that will be filed later this year. And as far as closing this docket and doing things here or moving them to the annual transmission planning, I think we're agnostic as long as these things get carried over and they're directed to do them.
Okay, we'll come back to
Clarification.
some of,
Sorry, 5 or 7, but not both.
so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 7, and those are all the modified versions, and 10.
That's correct.
Mr. Sokolsky, welcome.
Good morning.
Did you want to make comments in general or on what decision options you support? I think was Commissioner Tuma's question.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, responsive to your question about what we would support in terms of decision options, we're there on 1, 2 through 4 as modified by Xcel. I'd probably drag in some modifications similar to what Xcel did in 2 and 3 to include those in 4 in a perfect world. Not interested in 5, no to 6, yes on 9, and Commissioner Tuma's number 10, as modified by the MTO. That's a good add.
Mr. Heinen, welcome.
Good morning, Chair Sieben, Commissioners. I feel a little bit like Admiral Stockdale here right now, but no real position on the decision options except for, I believe, 5 and 7 that reference rate regulated. I would caution the Commission to stay away from the term rate regulated, as Dakota Electric owns no transmission, is not a transmission owner. So to the extent that that's modified to, if the Commission goes there with either 5 or 7, to the extent that it is clear that it doesn't impact Dakota Electric, that would be our preference. Thank you.
That was a great reference, by the way. Stockdale. I liked it.
Minnesota Power, did you want to weigh in on Commissioner Tuma's proposed decision option or any recommendations we should make? I don't know if you're, Mr. Brody.
Yes, yeah. Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, Minnesota Power is okay with decision options 1 and Tuma proposed 10 with the additional language proposed by Ms. Brusman.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. So Xcel Energy, about the status of the adding additional transformer to the Noble substation, I read your record. So is it still on schedule to be in service by 2026?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, yes.
So if you add that one, I think the reason that you couldn't do a lot of outlet from there is due to the stability condition outside the substation. So it's going to address a lot of that issue.
Yeah, I want to make sure my understanding is it allows us, well, it provides some redundancy, but we'll bring our engineer up to make sure we get that right.
State your name for the record, please.
Jason Standing, Manager of Transmission Planning for Xcel Energy. Commissioner Ham, so he's right. The transformer is for additional capacity because there was, thermal limits going on with Nobles. You're correct that it is still a voltage stability limit in the region. This transformer doesn't necessarily fix all of that, so the stability limit is still in existence.
So which transmission line project will potentially address that very big issue we have over there?
Sure. So I'm sure you're aware of the JTIQ projects. The Lyon County to Lakefield Junction will likely be the. Is it on?
Actually, give him your mic, and he'll be on the camera then.
And hopefully people can hear me better now. But what I was saying was the JTIQ project, 5 kV line from Lyon County to Lakefield Junction, the primary project that should fix the stability issue.
Okay.
Make sure the mic's on. I don't think the mic is on. camera should be going to him.
Now can you hear me? Is that better? All right, I can repeat it one more time. It's the JTIQ project from Lyon County to Lakefield Junction should address the stability issue at Nobles County.
Okay, so that's the long-term solution.
Yes, along with the MISO LRTP Tranche 1 and then ultimately the MISO Tranche 2.1 that was just recently approved.
Okay, thank you. And for the MTO or the Grid North partners, and we discussed the 19 project. The Grid North partner is working on that, is trying to address congestion Minnesota-wide and potentially outside Minnesota. What is the status of all those 19 projects?
So there were originally 19 projects that were put forth on that Grid North Partners near-term congestion study. And so 19 were identified, 2 of them were removed after further consideration, but 17 are moving forward and still meeting the in-service dates that were put forth last fall.
Okay, thank you. And then one more question to the department. In department's view, do you think we can eliminate all the congestion and then curtailment in transmission planning?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, it's probably unrealistic to think that you could eliminate all of the congestion and curtailment.
Yeah, and it'll be very cost prohibitive, and we are not going to eliminate all the congestion and curtailment. We are going to expect some level of congestion and curtailment, right?
That's correct. I think part of what we're asking for is an economic cost-benefit analysis of what the optimal amount to reduce is.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. I mean, historically, department didn't engage in that, but now I'm glad that you guys are engaging in that transmission planning more proactive, because this should have been addressed in the biennial transmission line for prior cases. I think thanks to the EDF renewable, they brought us to our attention, so we were able to discuss this issue today. But hopefully, the department is more proactively engaging in biennial transmission line and transmission planning to make sure that we are optimizing transmission planning to minimize ratepayer impact. I mean, because we cannot build every transmission line. Meantime, we have to have a proper transmission line. That's why I really appreciate Grid North Partners' effort to eliminate this proactively. And I think that's, positive thing, but also meantime, we have to address short-term need. That's why I think a battery option may be one possible way to address this one quickly. Thank you.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Thank you. And actually, I have 2 questions, and I'm going to start with the first one first. I'm thinking about the department's decision option 4, and my question there is it, and I'm just spitballing a question here. I have not, there's no agenda behind this. Would it make sense to putting a battery at the Nobles station area? I mean, I think we're going to have a 765 kV line going through there. We got the JTIQ lines coming. We've got a number of new transmission assets that are going to be there. To me, it feels like this issue is going to be resolved in the next couple of years. And I'm just wondering, like, from an economic perspective, is there value in putting in a large battery in that spot when we're going to have, a lot of, the veins are going to be a lot bigger down there soon. So, and that's I'm just wondering what you're thinking on that.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan, I'm going to answer, and then I'm going to let Mr. Zwick come in with anything else that I may have missed. I think the department still believes the topology optimization study is of value because I think it tells us what the potential value of a battery is there, and we can bring into that. It's really to do the study and understand better. And so as we're doing the study, we can account for the additional transmission that's coming in there. But I think until we dig into this, we really don't know what the cost-benefit trade-offs we're looking at. And what the value of putting a battery is there. I think also doing this is going to provide the utility with tools so that they can do it in other locations on their system. And there'll be sort of economies of scale. If you do it the first time, you'll be able to apply some of those tools to do it cheaper in other locations. And do you have anything to add there?
Mr. Zwick.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Sullivan. Can I just get a little clarification, because we were talking about decision option 4, which is topology optimization, but then we were talking about batteries. So can I just get a little clarification about?
And state your name too.
Ari Zwick with the Department of Commerce.
I mean, I guess I look at decision option 4, to propose a pilot project. To me, that says that's a battery. So, I mean, that's what I'm.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Yes, a topology optimization is a software redirection of the energy flow. So it's a MISO system-wide. In that case, how can Xcel does this topology optimization pilot without going into the MISO whole system, or at the minimum at the regional area?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom. Yeah, that's, we were clarifying the process flow in there, and because of the MISO nature of the request, there were some discussion about topology optimization requests on the record, and there's one with EDF that got removed because it was due to short term, and we're looking for long term as we establish that there's an ongoing congestion problem. And so the order of operations is typically that EDF or someone would submit a request to MISO, then MISO would kick that back to Xcel or whoever owns the transmission to formally study it more. And so we're looking to kick that off either with the financial backing of Xcel or in more significant involvement, because we don't know what the benefits are. And if they can't do a preliminary analysis without doing that study, we're still very interested in the outcome.
Okay, so are you talking about topology optimization or reconfiguration? What EDF Renewable did with Xcel was a reconfiguration, and topology optimization is above and beyond that reconfiguration issue. So can you clarify that?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, we're looking for topology optimization, but really any reconfiguration requests. I mean, we're looking for more systemic change that can bring about quick reductions in curtailment. And because there's no information about that potential, we at least want to get to a point where we could try to make a decision. Minnesota Power's on the record saying that typically MISO kills those requests, but we still want to try, given that there is a continuing need even after all these transmission.
I understand that reconfiguration can have a potential harm to other parties. I think in February reliability subcommittee, the MISO meeting, MISO showed that one reliability-based reconfiguration in Iowa was financially harming Minnesota. So this is a reconfiguration is not as promised, it's a black and white. That's why I said we have to be carefully approach this one as more system-wide or at least a regional-wide. Otherwise, we have an unintended consequence. Also, there was some concern with overusing this reconfiguration, because reconfiguration was typically used for the reliability reason. So there is a taking away one of the tool from the utility and MISO. That means we are increasing potential reliability risk. There's a clear trade-off. So we need to be carefully approach this one. So go back to the topology optimization. So department is saying that Xcel has to back up that study by MISO financially, or what is the department is proposing in here?
Mr. Zwick.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, we're proposing for Xcel to have more involvement than it typically would. Again, given that there still is a large problem in the area, and we're very interested in systemic effects and not just at Nobles. And we've had some discussions with Xcel about existing grid enhancing technology solutions to that effect, and we would never recommend some. What we really want is the information to make the decision, because we don't have anything right now. Like, that's just the next step of where we're trying to go, and we want to see that expedited.
Okay, so I don't know whether the department is aware that Xcel Energy is working in different way. So Xcel Energy last couple of years trying to change MISO interconnection requirement for the ERIS. They are proposing change that to higher level to make sure that we do not end up with the congestion in the macro level. Being said, I'm glad that the department is trying to actively engage in MISO issue, but I strongly suggest department to communicate with the Xcel and MTO that you may not know something what they are doing. So hopefully we can have a better communication between department and then MTO, so we don't have to on parallel on certain issues, because topology optimization is not as easy as some people, some commercial vendor was promoting it. So that's why we need to be carefully approach on this.
Commissioner Partridge.
I have a question. I think I'm a little lost in the process with MISO and how this would work. I saw Xcel put in coordination with the department, it sounds like, the modified decision option 2 and 3, which sort of backed off of a full-fledged pilot and instead requested that the company evaluate the promise or opportunity of these particular technologies. In the record, it seemed like people felt like topology optimization might provide benefits. I wonder if parties would see a benefit in taking a similar approach to the topology optimization and kind of reworking, and I'm interested in Xcel and your thoughts and other parties, but would it be worthwhile to rework that decision option to be more similar to decision option 2 and 3, where you're evaluating whether a pilot project would be feasible and beneficial?
Let's start with Xcel. Mr. Dobson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Partridge, I can say we thought about that quite a bit and tried to think of how we could maybe get there, and we just couldn't. And I think Commissioner Hom...
So you're opposed to 4?
We're opposed to decision option 4, yeah. And I think Commissioner Hom said a lot of the reasons why. I think the other piece of this is what those reconfiguration and as I understand it, how reconfiguration and topology, I can't say the words, the other thing, the way that sort of works in MISO is right now a specific generator, if they are being curtailed, they have their own economic incentive to try to address that problem. They can put forward a request to MISO. MISO then does its evaluation. If it thinks it's something we should evaluate, comes to us. We do our evaluation, give it back to MISO, and all that's funded by the generator. And I think, as Commissioner Hom said, that would then be looking at it sort of on a system-wide basis. As I'm looking, I think the problem that we can't seem to work through in 4 is what it's suggesting is now we are coming in a way that a fix on one area may cause a problem in another area, and getting involved in that in a way that and funding it ourselves.
How much will it cost?
I don't know how much they cost. I'm sorry. But I think it seemed like the system that we have now, where the the generators that have that sort of economic incentive can go through MISO for a process, it seemed like a system that's working quite well.
Okay. Did you want to hear from other parties?
Yeah, I am interested in maybe EDF would have, it sounds like you've done some initial work on this.
Commissioner Sieben, or Chair Sieben, Commissioner Partridge, Yes, we've proposed a number of reconfigurations. Think of these as a detour when MnDOT decides to shut down a couple of lanes of traffic between the Twin Cities and Duluth during Grandma's weekend, for instance, right? MnDOT would set up a detour. A reconfiguration really is a detour. In the transmission case, we're the customer who is trying to go from one place to another, deliver our energy to the grid. And so we're asked, so when we see an outage, such as those that impact FENOC severely, we, the customer, instead of the transmission owner, instead of the MnDOT, are saying, can we think we've got a good detour around this. We'd like to propose that to MISO and Xcel. We often get a response back, and this happened just about a month ago, saying $100,000 EPRI study, 6 months. That doesn't help us when the outage is coming up next month, or that there's one of 8 or 9 different outages that could happen that we'd have to pre-study and pre-screen. Now we're up over $500,000, at least 6 months, to figure out what the detours might be if there's an outage that's going to trigger the FENOC condition again. That's the conundrum we face on a daily basis. And we've seen outages come up and then be pulled back here just this spring that would, again, trigger the FENOC condition to bind and severe congestion. We've had the same responses, fund a EPRI study at $100,000 in 6 months.
Mr. Sokolsky, a follow-up for you. What do you think would be a good solution to this problem?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Partridge, I think there's two, and maybe more. I think one, improving the reconfiguration process such that when a transmission owner is going to propose an outage that they know is going to bind a bunch of generation and cause that to curtail severely in a limited geographic area with all the associated ratepayer and public costs, that they also, when they go in with that outage, come in with a potential solution, a reconfiguration that may alleviate those problems. Just like MnDOT is setting up the detour when they take a major road out of commission, asking for the detour on the transmission system, I think, would be smart. It helps save ratepayer money. So it helps, right? Because when we have severe congestion and severe curtailment, that costs ratepayers dollars and cents.
Your analogy, Mr. Skolsky, on that scenario, and you know you got number 2 coming, but we're not MnDOT and we're not MISO,
right?
And so I don't know what we would do from this chair other than continue to tell Commissioner Sullivan to do what he's been doing, and push MISO, as Xcel is also doing, push MISO to improve that system. You would agree that there's not a lot of jurisdiction floating around here to solve your option 1.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, I think there's a lot of parties who are all saying, and I would throw the generators in too, that it's not us. And we're all pointing to another party or other parties as saying, it's not us, it's not us, it's not us. I think what the Utilities Commission in Minnesota has is the authority over rate making. They have the authority over the biennial transmission plan that states very firmly that the biennial transmission plan is here to identify problems on the grid and propose solutions.
And like you and like Xcel and like everybody, we have a seat at the MISO table, and we've been pushing that. And so that's valuable, but I didn't want to create an expectation like somehow doing some modified 4 is going to actually solve that. It's going to be a line of inquiry that's going to actually solve the problem. It just is, again, is us getting together around the table saying, we understand the problem now. We can move forward, lockstep in hand, and try to fight this issue in the forum where it needs to be fought. That's what I see that you laid out for me. And I just wasn't seeing a solution going forward on what you just laid out.
In fairness, if I can interject, I did not ask him to give us an answer. I did not phrase the question as you have interpreted it. So I just wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt that I just asked what would solve the problem. So, but I agree. It's not necessarily in our jurisdiction. We don't have control over the reconfiguration process.
Mr. Sokolsky, did you want to finish, or it looked like you were going to jump in? No, it's okay.
Chair Sieben, I think what the Commission has much more power than it believes it has with respect, especially to having transmission owners and rate-regulated utilities identify problems on the transmission system in Minnesota that impact your ratepayers in the context of the Minnesota Transmission Planning Report, excuse me, that's due again here at the end of the year, and that report needs to propose solutions to the problems that's been identified. We have a giant traffic jam happening by the Nobles County substation. It's costing millions of dollars in ratepayer dollars every single year. It's causing an inefficient use of wind resources, and there needs to be solid solutions proposed under the Minnesota Transmission Planning Report that's due in November 2025.
Mr. Sokolsky, was it EDF that proposed, someone last night when I was reading, and now I can't remember who, proposed installing a battery at Nobles County? Was that you? No.
No.
Was that, who said that installing a battery might be a solution to the congestion? Does anybody remember? I swear I read that.
Chair Sieben, someone else may have asked for it, but we asked Xcel to at least study putting a battery there.
And Dr. Lieb, maybe that's what I picked up on. Can you tell me how the recommendations you're proposing as the department are aligned with what you just asked us to do in the settlement agreement on the firm dispatchable docket and Xcel's IRP? Because I'm feeling a little bit of frustration back to the department that you are now requiring or requesting that we would require rate-regulated utilities to compensate host counties and municipalities for all lost tax revenue. I mean, that is like outrageous on its surface, and I'm trying to not bring it up because I think we can just like skip over it because, I mean, it's like not within our jurisdiction or our legal authority, but like setting that aside, I'm curious why, and I don't want to hear from your attorney about why you think it is legally permissible, because we have our own like legal analysis on it, and I'm very supportive of what our attorneys have said about that, and I think it's like a fight we don't need to have right now. It's just so ridiculous to propose it, I think, that we can skip over that, but I want to understand how you think what the department is proposing here for actually helping to alleviate these problems in this area are consistent with what the department also just supported us doing in your IRP and the firm dispatchable docket in relation to, especially to like new generation that the department encouraged us to include in the IRP, and how that will or will not like exacerbate the problem or help alleviate it.
Sure, Chair Sieben. So I think there's, at the highest level, the department acknowledges that the company is not truly incentivized to relieve the optimal amount of congestion, because the company would prefer to make a capital investment to bring more generation onto the system rather than a modest O&M investment in GETS or a battery or some other technology that would relieve congestion, bring more existing energy onto the system, and not result in a large capital investment that they can earn on. And the department's very aware of the fact that in this state we have a lot of carrots and we have relatively few sticks with which to mandate the company to do the optimal thing for ratepayers holistically. To that end, there were counties that are being host communities for these large renewable projects. We just in the IRP and the 800 megawatt settlement approved a large number more renewable projects that are going to need host communities. One of the unique things we have in this state is that we share the tax revenue with those host communities for those renewable energy projects, which helps them get built. And the department represents Minnesotans generally, and we also represent communities. And we feel that the shareholder-owned utility spends shareholder money on all kinds of different things that they believe are worthwhile. And we think that it's a reasonable recommendation to consider that perhaps the company should use shareholder money to make these counties whole, or at least continue to incentivize them to host these zero variable cost, low cost renewable resources that are helping their ratepayers and ultimately helping the economics of the company itself. whether or not you have legal authority to do that, we think it's an important thing to at least bring up that this might be something the company wants to spend money on.
It is interesting, and I appreciate that you clarified that it would be shareholder funding that would compensate host communities. I don't still think that legally, whether it's ratepayer money or shareholder money, it's going to stand the legal test of not being a taking. But Mr. Dobson, to drag you into this fight that I think you may not want to be in, what do you think that decision option 5, where, you know, you look at the, I know it's trade secreted, but some of the curtailment costs that are in here are really quite high. Do you think that Xcel, either your shareholders or your ratepayers, should be forced to pay host communities for that lost production tax revenue?
Madam Chair, no. I think obviously there's the legal authority thing, and you sort of indicated that I think I know where you are on that, and so I won't go into that. But I think I would also add that I don't know that I fully agree with the economic incentives sort of discussion that came up. I'll also set that aside and just say I think it's important to also recognize, from at least from our perspective, that we have been doing quite a lot over the last several years, and we've been having discussions with the Commission quite frequently about all of the efforts that we're making to reduce congestion. We very much want to reduce congestion. We are trying. There is, as we discussed in our comments, the short, medium, long-term solutions, and this does not get fully resolved, and I think everybody knows that, until those long-term solutions, i.e. new transmission, gets built out. I also think the other thing to point out that's important to this is, as we are building new transmission and adding new transmission, that is, and I think happened in this case, requires transmission lines to be temporarily taken out of service if you're running a line, if you're double circuiting a line or something, and that temporarily will increase congestion. And so in trying to solve the problem, we will temporarily create some of this issue, and I don't think that, setting aside any of the legal piece, that the utility should be penalized for that. I think we're doing everything we can to try to resolve the issue.
Okay, Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sivan. Yeah, I think to make the record clear, I think MISO wasn't granting economic-based reconfiguration, and then it was only ad hoc based if they want to. Commissioner Sullivan and Xcel really put a lot of pressure on MISO, and then finally MISO created this process. So I think a lot of people doesn't know what was going on, and then I give Xcel credit, and Commissioner Sullivan should get a lot of credit on that part, because they were resisting. I understand why they are resisting, because energy flow change, it doesn't only change energy price, it does change their financial transmission right value. So there is other consequence, and also potentially it can push out this congestion to other side. So once again, it's not as easy as a black and white, and we are saying that it's a good thing to do, why don't we do it? We have done everything. Yes, Commission has a lot of power. Commissioner Sullivan did a lot of work on that one, and we implemented that through the MISO. However, there's a thing that we cannot do, because topology optimization potentially changing everything in the financial transmission rights and then other commercial interest by other party. That's why it is not as easy. If one person owns everything and then one person does everything with its own economic interest, it can be done. But MISO is a collection of a bunch of different economic interests. So that's why it is very difficult to carry that out. Yes, I was working with the Commissioner Sullivan, and we did a lot of things behind the scene, not in front of the Commission, but with the MISO to push many different things. But we have to know how to pull back on certain issue because it's not going to happen anyway. So I just want to make sure that Commissioner Sullivan gets the credit, and Commission wasn't just sitting down there. We were doing a lot of work. And then also prior to that, when Commissioner Matt Sugar was really working on that issue, and he was leading that dynamic line rating even before FERC issued their order. So Minnesota was leading that because commissioners were working on that issue. So hopefully public and the parties understand that Minnesota Commission was not sitting down and waiting for somebody to show up. No, we were working really hard on those issues. Being said, because we see certain difficulty, we are trying to manage it within that framework. And once again, we really appreciate EDF Renewable bring that issue up front of us so we can engage more into it. That's why party has to bring that issue to us to make sure that we can proactively engage in. That's why I was suggesting department to proactively engage in MISO issue and then proactively engage in biannual transmission line.
I think that Murray County has now joined, staff told me. So Jackie Meyer, if you're on and wanted to say something, we'd welcome that. I don't know if you're still on, but I heard you were on.
Really have any comments. Go ahead, Jean. Chair Stevens, this is Jean Christopoulos, and Commissioner Jackie Meyer is in attendance as well. Our comments is that as a host county, we still, we have more projects that are being approached in our county, and we do have EDF's Fenton Wind project that is the one that does get more curtailment. Why would we be in favor of more projects being developed in our county when there are turbines standing still? So, and the concern of, getting reimbursed for the taxes or the production monies that have been, because of the curtailment, did not get received, that has had a direct impact on not just our county, but our townships. Those turbines are out there. They're still having to maintain their roads, and their roads are being used by the wind turbine companies. So, we still have expenses that are related to the projects that are there. So the curtailment and the lack or the reduction in our funds does have a direct impact on us.
No, we're really sympathetic to that and certainly appreciate your continued engagement with the commission. I know Commissioner Tuma has been working closely with you folks as well, and we are looking and doing what we can to help alleviate this problem. I think the challenge with what the department is asking us to do is like something we can't do legally as a commission. So it's not that the commission isn't supportive of trying to find a solution to the curtailment. We certainly are, but we are not the right venue to come and ask to use ratepayer money to compensate the county for lost revenues that you're receiving. Commissioner Tuma, did you want to jump in? Or Commissioner Sullivan?
Thank you, Chair Steben. And I guess when I think about, and I'm very sympathetic of the issue of property tax and the impacts on the counties in southern Minnesota. And I do think, though, that this is fundamentally, it's a function of how we've chosen to tax these resources. And, the legislature could choose to move to just a straight property tax off of them, which would be level, and every year you'd get the same amount out of it. But that would be a choice that the legislature would have to make, and obviously the governor would have to sign. And that may be a better way to go, because we see the result of what happens when these resources are curtailed at a significant level. So, but I'm not weighing in on that one way or the other than to say that this is just a function of how we tax these resources. I mean, one thing that, I don't need to add any salt to the wound from this point on, but I think it would be, I kind of want to maybe think through, like, what do we, where do we need to go from here? You know, my sense here is we have been pushing on curtailment, on congestion issues a lot in southern Minnesota. You know, I appreciate Commissioner Hom, you know, pointing out the history on this, that he was a very key part of that, and I appreciate the work that's been done by the utilities and by EDF and developers on this. I appreciate the department, you know, investigating it. But I think I would like to just kind of get down to brass tacks, not to make too much of a statement, but I just think we should just kind of
Make a decision. Yeah, and maybe to wrap this up then, to that point, Xcel, will you explain like the likelihood that you will file a pilot for the biennial transmission project report on GETS in modified decision option 2? Like it says you're going to evaluate whether you think, or no, that's for a dynamic line rating, right? And or dynamic transformer rating solution. Will you just talk about it? And it looks like it's a little conditional, the way you've modified 2 and 3. Are we going to see actual plans in your November 1st report?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think that there will be something in our November report, because it would be either if our assessment determines that these are viable and can help address the problem, then we're absolutely ready to, you know, pilot those. I think that the idea is if in the assessment we determine that these technologies in these areas won't, like a pilot won't be helpful, then we would explain that out. We would analyze that out.
But
so you would see.
To the department's point, like I thought they said, like, haven't you already deployed GETS in limited areas, for example, and you've already shown it can help? So why now are we still evaluating it, and why aren't you just like moving ahead in 2 and 3 on these solutions?
Sure, Madam Chair. It has to do. We are currently piloting the dynamic line ratings in our up in Monticello, and that is a pilot really to test I think the technology, and we placed it there because of the power flow that's going over that. I think what we're the issue with GETS and what we would be assessing here is different GETS kind of can address different problems on the system, and so trying to figure out if a specific technology or potential technology would address congestion because of the problem on the system in that location is what we would be assessing. Right. And so if it could, then we will come forward with a pilot, and if it's really that it's not going to address the congestion there because there's a different cause that this technology can't resolve, then we would lay that out.
And to the department, to be supportive of what I think you've continually been supportive of the commission doing, I thought you had already like done enough analysis to show that these solutions would be solutions. So why did you agree to the modified language where they're just going to evaluate whether it would work? Is it because it will be like much more specific to a specific area of congestion? Or give us a snapshot of why you think modified 2 and 3 is still helpful.
Chair Sieben, we met with Xcel, and in Xcel's supplementary filing, they did put some information forward on the record about dynamic line ratings. Mm-hmm. We didn't see additional information about that, but we did see information that's not on the record, but just some preliminary analysis talking about potential feasibility that doesn't need to be discussed right now. But the point is that if you pitch a pilot that you know won't do anything, then it's a waste of company resources. Like if you're going to deploy DLR in a voltage stability limited interface, it's not going to do anything, I think. And so we'd rather see those resources allocated to viable projects that go through an eligibility screen. And so that's why we sort of walked back a little bit after seeing some of that information. But we very much want to see all of the work and analysis that went into those decisions. And on November 1st, we very much intend on vetting all of that analysis. And if we see room for additional considerations, we will be recommending additional analysis at that time. So that was the thinking behind those
Seems
options.
like it's like kind of slowing everything down from my high level, but I think it's probably okay. And I know that the GET statutes already is requiring the study of GET. So just because, again, is decision option 2 about GETs or not? Yes, it is. So 2 is saying that's already going to happen, or I mean, the statute already requires the utility to look at GETs as an overall solution, and now this is saying, like, this will additionally be more analysis to determine whether dynamic line ratings and transformer rating pilot would help further that GET stuff that's already going to happen and layer on a little bit more. Mr. Zwick?
Chair Sieben, that's correct. Yeah, we were trying to ensure that we get that analysis to prove that they're not viable, rather than just saying, "Oh, here's you know." I think in the supplementary Xcel comments, they're like, "Here's 3 things that need to happen." And they could say, "Oh, this didn't happen. Next." And we're looking for more information than that, and that's what we were trying to get out of those decision options. Is like, we need to see more explanation than it didn't pass an eligibility screen.
And then when will, in modified 2 and modified 3, they'll file in November, and then will it take, like, if they file an actual pilot, it will take like a set amount of time for parties to analyze whether the pilot is indeed helpful, and then it wouldn't be implemented. Do you have any sense of when the actual, if we get something good and approve it, then when it would be implemented?
Chair Sieben, I think that's a better question for Xcel and possibly for commission staff about the timeline of the regulatory process.
Yeah, but I mean, for Murray County and the folks like EDF who are looking for like real solutions here, Mr. Dobson or Ms. Brusen, what's the timeline for the actual, like, not just studying this anymore, but getting some things to help?
Madam Chair, the GET study will have an implementation schedule in it, and so we will be not only identifying the solutions, but also the pace at which they can roll out and kind of where and how. And so I don't think that we would need the commission approval for things that we identify as immediately ready. So we would hopefully be implementing those. We may be supplementing them or reporting on them, right? Because you statutorily will decide on the biennial report by June 1st of next year, but we'll have comments before then. But our intention would be to identify these items, make sure they're moving forward, and then be getting additional input as part of the biennial transmission report process to supplement.
Is it kind of like how, sorry to interrupt, is it kind of like the Grid North partners, how in that area there was just like a set of proposals that were implemented and then you told us about it?
Correct, Madam Chair.
This is how we should look at modified 2 and 3, that you are going, if you proceed, if Xcel proceeds with filing a pilot instead of just talking about a pilot again, like, we'll just start to see it happening.
Madam Chair, I won't speak on behalf of exclusively Xcel, but it's part of the GETS analysis. That would be the intention of the MTO, or the Grid North partners who are leading that effort.
But Mr. Dobson, decision option 2 and 3 are specifically to you. So is that kind of how you think it could work, or do you see a different implementation timeframe?
Madam Chair, I think that's how it could work. I think it's going to depend a little bit on what we get out of the analysis and what type of pilot we're thinking would be the most beneficial. But I can see a world in which acting quickly has such benefits that we would go forward with it. But
I'm just like channeling former Commissioner Sugar here a little bit to say, like, we need to stop talking about what the solutions are and move towards the solutions on a quicker basis.
That's what bothers me about the word pilot. I mean,
Pardon?
that's what bothers me about the word pilot in this thing. It's like the commission is sitting back going, oh, we got to think about it for a month. It's like, I think you have the authority to do a lot of these things. Without pilots, you just are supposed to develop a reliable system, and when it's there, you have to follow the rules of MISO. You just do it, and that's what we liked about the Grid North Partners activity. And so that's why I'm kind of struggling with 2 and 3 and 4 is I don't want to tell you to think about it anymore.
And I think the one thing that is important about 2 and 3 that is directed explicitly towards Xcel, like all that good stuff can still happen, but this is like specifically directed at the congestion in Nobles County substation, right? So that's like why it is helpful, I think. But sorry, Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. So I was, when I was coming in today, I was thinking about rather than picking 2, 3, 4, I was going to suggest this language in addition to Commissioner Tuma's language, that is, in addition, the Commission require MTO to consult with the Department in preparation for the 2025 biennial transmission project report. That way, Department can have a more active role in this and injecting more requirements or what you want to see from the biennial transmission project, rather than we prescribing 2 and 3, even with the Xcel's modification. I don't know whether MTO is willing to do it, but.
So Commissioner Hahn, that would just pull the department in a way they want to be pulled in. But what about what the folks at Murray County are saying, like, we need more help specifically for Nobles County?
That's why still I want to keep the number 1, because the battery can immediately relieve some of those conditions. And then also Xcel is working on this substation transformer. That's why I start with that question. And then also potentially Brookings' second line can significantly relieve this congestion issue. So MTO is really working on real physical solution on this. So that's why I'm more comfortable giving more role for the department working on this issue with the MTO on this, rather than we prescribing where these details. If MTO is okay with it.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Hahn, we'd be happy to coordinate with the department.
So Commissioner Hahn, do you want to make an overall motion, and then we can ask the department or others what they, if everybody is comfortable with it?
Okay.
Is that good, Commissioner Partridge? Or
did you get the whole language? Or I can show it to you.
do you want to take a little break, Commissioner Hahn? Yeah. Okay, we'll stand in recess for 5 minutes.
I was reading over his shoulder.
The commission will come back from its recess. Commissioner Hum, could you pull up your decision option language or read it for
Thank you.
whatever?
And can you bring that up? And before I go there, Chair Stephen, can I ask department? I forgot to ask department whether they want to do it or not.
Yeah, but first, can we see it
Okay.
so we all know what we're,
Yes.
one more time, what you're proposing? So, thank you. Commissioner Hum, you said again it would be decision options 1.
Yes, I was thinking of 1 because that has an immediate impact, potential impact to the reducing curtailment for the those area. And then I think since department wants to be very proactive on this, I think we give the department more role by requiring MTO to consult with the department so they can inject these details into their preparations.
Just 1 in 10.
Yep.
Okay, and Dr. Lieb, do you support that?
Chair Sieben, the department supports this and appreciates the work from Commissioner Hom to come up with this recommendation. We do want to note that this is still not fixing the misalignment of incentives issue. And one additional thing the commission might want to consider would be opening a docket to look at whether or not the company should receive their full authorized rate of return on resources that are inappropriately curtailed due to poor investment.
There is a docket open that does that, okay? I think it's called a rate case, if I remember correctly, and you filed one right now, haven't you not?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Chu, we have an open rate case.
Do that. You know, Madam Chair, I've been holding my fire, okay? This prairie populace, Murray County, would have in a minute, not even a minute, a nanosecond, ordered Mr. Buffett and the rest of your shareholders to pay those curtailment costs if I could. So don't come here and start lecturing us about that. You want to do that, do it in the rate case. If there's any commissioner up here who fights for a better ROE, okay, I don't know who it is. My apologies, okay? I just found this to be just wrong, okay? It was wrong. It was off-putting. I've been trying to keep my fire, okay? Commissioner Hom is right. If you want to engage, engage. But we were down in Murray County, Mr. Sullivan and I, Commissioner Sullivan, when we brought MISO down to hear the message from the Rural Minnesota Energy Board. We heard the discussion from the Rural Energy Board whether we should change the property tax structure and the tax structure for curtailment reasons. We heard that discussion. We were there. You were not, okay? You were absent, okay? And I know you weren't absent because you weren't in the position when we did this. Okay, we've been trying to engage with Murray County, and if it wasn't for Mr. Sokolsky, this would not come forward. And I appreciate the effort they did, and I appreciate what's going on. Okay, we're going to pull every lever we can, Mr. Sokolsky. I want to pull every lever I can. This commission wants to pull every lever they can. Okay, and we're going to continue to pull every lever they can. And I'm glad you're finally engaging. Okay, enough said.
Commissioner Hom, on your motion, is there any other commissioners want to speak to the overall motion? Then all in favor of Commissioner Hom's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
The motion prevails 5-0. Thank you, everyone, for your work on this item. Thank you to the folks online from Murray County for joining us this afternoon. We'll take up agenda item number 3 in about 5 minutes. The commission stands in recess.
What about number 1? Don't we
Oh, wait, we'll take up item number 1, excuse me, when we come back. The commission will come back from its recess. Commissioner Sullivan had to leave the meeting, but we'll proceed now with agenda item number 1. Christian, please, I don't think you need to reintroduce it, but maybe just tell us the docket number one more time.
Yes, the docket number is E0145, 328/SA-24-428, involving MiEnergy MiEnergy Cooperative and the City of Whalan in their service territory transfer.
Thank you. Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I don't know if Mayor Hollum is on or Mr. O'Kern. See if we can accomplish it this time.
I am here, yes.
Hi, sir. Could you state your name and title for the record, please, and welcome.
Yes, thank you. Joseph O'Corin, City Attorney for the City of Whalan.
Mr. Kern, I just wanted to make sure you could hear me. I just want to tell you that I had a chance to talk with Mr. Crambier from the MiEnergy on Tuesday. Had a question just about the structure, what was going on, and he answered everything looks really good. So he did a great job on the petition. I have no questions. I was going to ask the mayor a question about the town because, as I always do, I kind of like to know what's going on, and it looked like a cool town to visit. So I want to go get a pie sometime at the world famous Aroma Pie Shop. Also,
Understood. Yes, it's a very small town. I believe 64 people. There were some issues with the city regarding the electrical system it being outdated. There were some difficulties in maintaining, and with the lack of taxpayers, sufficient funding for it. MiEnergy has been great. I believe Kent Whitcomb, representative for MiEnergy, may also be on the call. So if there's any other questions for him, but really it was just the right time for the City of Whalan to enter into this and get it taken care of.
And it looked good. They got a city referendum passed unanimously almost. I think it was only a couple no votes. So it sounds like the community is on board. Everybody had good notice. And so, Madam Chair, I would move that the commission approve the joint request of MiEnergy and the City of Whalan to modify the electric service territory boundaries, resulting in a permanent transfer of all Whalan public utility accounts to MiEnergy, and request that MinGeo update the service territory maps to reflect the agreement between the parties.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Tuma, and thank you to the folks from the City of Whalan for hanging in there and getting online for us to confirm your support for the motion. All in favor of Commissioner Tuma's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the motion prevails. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commission members.
Have a good day.
You too.
Thanks. Okay, next, the parties can come forward for Enbridge Solar, please. Mr. Labby, thanks for your work on this item. Please introduce it when you're ready.
Good morning, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Item number 3 is docket number IP7103/GS-22-451 in the matter of the application of Enbridge Solar Plummer LLC for a site permit for the up to 130 megawatt Plummer solar project in Red Lake County, Minnesota. The questions before the Commission are: should the Commission adopt the Administrative Law Judge's findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommendation? Should the Commission find that the environmental assessment and the record created at the public hearing adequately addresses the issues identified in the scoping decision? And should the Commission issue a site permit for the up to 130 megawatt Plummer solar energy generating system? Staff filed decision option 6A on Tuesday. Commissioners have received a new decision option, and printed off copies are available on the table in the back of the room, and I do have some printed copies here if anybody needs one. Staff also notes one error made in the draft site permit. Under special condition heading 5.6 Bald Eagle, the text for the special condition was inadvertently left out. Should a site permit be granted, decision option 8 allows staff to amend any typographic errors in the permit. Staff also notes that Mr. Joe Plummer, representing the Red Lake Band, has been added to the attendee list and was provided with virtual login information. I have no further remarks, but am available for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lobby. We'll begin with, how about the applicant, and if you have any comments, Ms. Brusvin, in general, and also let us know, please, if you support the staff decision option 6A.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Christy Brusvin, appearing on behalf of Enbridge Solar Plummer, LLC. I want to thank both the department and commission staff for this and the Office of Administrative Hearings. We have a complete record that really demonstrates the benefits that this project can have to the local community and to the area. It's a great clean energy project in northern Minnesota where there's a need for more energy on the system, and the land around where the Plummer Solar project is proposed is not ideal for agricultural production, so it's really a great site for this solar project and will dovetail really nicely with Enbridge's operations going forward. In terms of the decision options, we are supportive of 1, just adopting the ALJ report, 3, determining the EA and the record address the scoping decision, 6 and 6A, noting the slight revision that Mr. Lobby mentioned on the bald eagle condition, and then the revised 6A tribal engagement and economic and workforce development condition, and then 8, that delegation to staff to clean up any errors. And with that, we're available for any questions.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah, Madam Chair, maybe we should hear from the department if they're okay with 6A.
Good idea.
I told that I was going to give her a little bit of a hazing, but she did such a good job that I couldn't find anything. So, but I want to give her a chance. And this is your first time.
We don't haze anybody, Commissioner Tuma. So nice try. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Chair Sieben and Commissioner Tuma. My name is Jessica Livingston, and I'm here on behalf of EERA with the Department of Commerce today. And I do support staff's decision option 6A, in addition to decision options 1, decision option 3, decision option 6, including 6A, and decision option 8.
And Madam Chair, Mr. Plummer, I see that you are on. I was curious if they were naming the solar facility after you, but I know that you only have 1 M and not 2, and so I think it's after the town of Plummer, which is next to. But I do want to give Red Lake, because it is in your, I guess, ceded territory. I don't. You probably will be able to explain it a lot better than I did, but can. But Mr. Plummer, are you available to kind of give us any concerns that you may have?
Yes, I am, Chair Sieben and Commissioner Tuma. Can you hear me all right?
We can. Just please state your name for the record, too.
Sure. My name is Joe Plummer, Joeplumer, attorney for the Red Lake Band of Chippewa. I know that it's probably, you find this surprising that the Red Lake Band would be speaking today in support of something that Enbridge is proposing. But we'd like to think that the Red Lake Nation has turned Enbridge green, or at least started in that direction. Seriously, we have had very good discussions with the Enbridge folks about this siting, of the Plummer Solar Farm. And commissioners are probably aware that we have several solar farms ourselves on the Red Lake Reservation, so this is just right up our alley. So we are in support of all of those different options that the staff, had mentioned. Any questions, I'm all ears.
No, I appreciate it, Mr. Plummer. I wanted to make sure you had a chance to interject, and it's good to hear that they have been consulting with you and working with you on this project, and I appreciate your involvement. I know that you're doing a lot of stuff on solar up on Red Lake, and it's good to hear that there is a kind of good synergy happening in this space. Actually, the water flowing from your reservation, I think, goes right by near this site. I think the river that flows through, the Clearwater flows through Plummer, starts up in the Red Lake Indian Reservation, if I'm correct. So.
Yep, it's actually the west boundary of the diminished reservation, the Clearwater River.
So, yeah, excellent.
Mr. Runke, because you're here representing the 49ers, did you want to add anything? We noted your organization support in the record, but please state your name for the record.
Nate Runke with Local 49. I was mainly here just if there were any questions. Our support is mainly, we've worked with the company in the past on other projects. We feel like this will be a great opportunity for local workers, including any native workers that might want to join on to projects like this. We've had experience in the past on other projects, being able to get some new people into the field through them. So we appreciate the opportunity to speak today. So
Great. Ms. Brusman, can you remind us of the construction timeframe and when you think it will be placed into service?
Yes, Madam Chair. So we are awaiting, like most most projects, the MISO queue. And so the plan would be construction in 26 with in-service in 27 if the MISO process plays out as it is currently scheduled. But we are also, used to the changes there too. So we'll be remaining flexible, awaiting a GIA.
And is there an announced buyer of the project or anything on that?
Madam Chair, there is not yet. As we get permit in place and more certainty on the interconnect, those conversations are ongoing, and we hope to have that align with the construction start.
Great. Any other questions? Commissioner Tuma, would you make a motion?
Sure, I would be happy to make a motion. Would move decision option 1, 3, 6, and the 6A, Madam Chair, and 8. Also recognizing that'll capture the corrections that we need.
Great. On Commissioner Tuma's motion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion prevails. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Plummer, too, for joining online.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Sieben.
Mr. Gomez, we don't haze anyone, as I said for the last docket, but certainly thank you for your work on this. I understand is your first full commission docket in front of us, so thank you for your work, and please introduce item number 4.
So good afternoon, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Item number 4 is docket number E002/M-20-86. In the matter of the petition for approval of a general time of use service tariff. The questions before the Commission are, should the Commission approve Xcel's tariff changes as proposed in their February 23, 2024 petition filing? Number 2, should the Commission approve Xcel's recruitment plan modification as proposed in their June 20, 2024 petition filing? I have no further remarks when available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. If the company could please come forward. Mr. Dobson, please state your name for the record, and if the department also could, Mr. Teglin, welcome. If you could state your name for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll nail it this time. Ian Dobson with Xcel Energy.
Mr. Teglin.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Peter Teglin for the department.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dobson, if we did one of these decision options, and I'd be first, well, maybe I should start with, do you, on the listed decision options, what is your preferred decision option?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I will admit we are a little bit indifferent to which way the commission wants to go on either going forward with the pilot on the modified, or if you are wanting to move forward with a time of use rate. I think we can see benefits and detriments to both, and we're looking kind of for your guidance on that. If you go forward with the pilot, then it would basically be 1 through 4 would be that path. If you want to move away from the pilot and go forward with a rate, then we would be in support of decision option 5. One tiny modification to that, our proposal would remove the word default in the second sentence.
Of 5 or 4?
In 5.
Oh, yeah, in 5. Because, in other words, it would say require Xcel to spend the pilot and focus on developing a partial transition plan to a general service time of use rate.
Right, and I think the way our understanding is, and I don't know if this is what was intended, but the use of the word default, the way we're interpreting it, takes it away from the partial transition plan. And I can talk about what we meant by that, but that's how we laid it out in our comments.
Okay. My question, if the commission went with decision option 5, is how would that fold into the rate case, your current rate case, the timing?
Right. So I think it probably it wouldn't be able to get it in. This would be basically a rate design change for one class. So the idea is you're going revenue neutral, and so we wouldn't be able to roll it into this rate case because it wouldn't affect the revenue. But as we go forward, to the extent that there's a rate case down the road, then these rates would get rolled into that.
Okay, and Mr. Teglin, on that issue, and first, which decision options you support, and then how you see this rolling into the current rate case, if at all.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. The department is in support of decision option 6 in that we see that as most consistent with the July 16, 2021 order to move ahead to a default time of use rate for the company for this class to propose that plan by November 1st of this year.
When you say default, you're going to have to explain what you mean.
We mean opt-out. So all customers would be transitioned to a time of use rate, and there would be room or the option to opt out and return to a flat rate.
All customers, you mean just the commercial customers?
The commercial customers, this class. Thank you, Chair.
And then because that wouldn't be filed, or because it wouldn't be filed until November 1st. It wouldn't roll into, the decisions wouldn't roll into the existing rate case.
Chair Sieben, we're also sensitive with the incoming or the current rate case, and I may call a friend on that notion, but as to the company's preferred decision option number 5, one of our concerns there is we understand number 5, it would transition the existing customers on a time-varying rate, which is a certain segment of this general class, to the 3-period time of use rate. We think that would be a great start, and if the company would be amenable to a phased rollout beginning with that class, with a subsequent filing after this rate case to examine or put forward a proposal to move the rest of the class to a time of use rate.
Okay, just the way I'm thinking about it, and you can correct me, whether we did 5 or 6, though, what I heard Mr. Dobson say is because at least 5 is revenue neutral, we don't really have to worry about the timeline for rolling it into the multi-year rate case now. And then on 6, would it be revenue neutral? And that's why then we also wouldn't have to worry about how it's incorporated into the existing rate case, or would there be a revenue impact and then we have to figure out how it would fold into the multi-year rate case.
Chair Sieben, with that, I'd like to defer to Ms. Campbell, who I believe is online.
Ms. Campbell, are you online?
Yes, Nancy Campbell for the Department of Commerce.
Did you catch my question? How both of either any of these options, how they, if at all, would roll into the rate case, and what your thoughts are?
Right.
On that?
Yeah, I think our only concern was with the space heating issue. If we did that sooner than in the rate case, because my understanding is most of the time of use, these changes were going to occur.
Wait, Ms. Campbell, sorry to interrupt, but just to clarify, we're only talking about the commercial time of use rate now. Is there space heating concerns in that? No. Yeah. Wrong.
I don't think so.
Sorry.
Yep. So here's kind of the short answer. We don't have to talk about space heating. My understanding is they were going to do the time of use rates, and they were going to roll those in with the rate case, so we wouldn't have a timing issue. The only time it's going to be an issue is when we get to the residential space heating issue.
So for the general
Madam
time
Chair.
of...
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
I don't
it's
think
okay.
she's on the right docket still.
Yeah.
I think you're not on, Ms.
Camp-
Campbell, it's the commercial time of use.
Yes, I understand that. Sorry, I was just trying to answer the question more thoroughly. It's not an issue as long as we roll it in with the rate case, which is my understanding of what they're going to do.
But Mr. Dobson said essentially like it's revenue neutral, and so the changes, there wouldn't be a change to the revenue requirement, so you don't have to worry about rolling it into this rate case.
Yes, that's correct. It is revenue neutral. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Partridge, did you want to jump in and then?
Sure. Yeah, apologies for interrupting. I was getting confused about what docket we were on. I do have a question, and this is not a process question, but rather a question about kind of the quality or value of the pilot. And would it be okay if we had Fresh Energy come up to the table as well? So in my read of this, you can decide if you agree with me or not, but there was not a single participant that signed up for the critical peak pricing, and there were 7 participants in all that signed up for the time of use pilot.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Partridge, that is correct based on what we had at that time. That's changed a little bit, which is we have 2 participants who have signed up for the critical peak pricing rate, and we have, I think, 14 in the time of use. So a little different, but the point's the same.
Why do you think there was such little uptake, and I would even say that the pilot was a failure? Why would you say that was the case?
Fair question, Madam Chair, Commissioner Partridge. I think there's a couple pieces to an answer there. The first is, I'll put out the disappointing part of the answer first, which is we don't entirely know. We have been trying to contact customers to take a survey to say, why haven't you? And we haven't gotten much engagement on that. So we don't actually have it. I think the other part of the answer that's a little more heartening is that when we originally designed the pilot, and part of the proposal here in the modification was we were trying to be very cognizant of a bias problem and making sure that we weren't getting self-selection bias. And so the result of that meant that in our marketing, we didn't have anything on the website that customers could just go to by themselves, because then they could choose. Customers were available, could go into either pilot, but they would have to go to our tariffs and figure this out, which is not likely. We would then market that 40% for time of use, 40% for critical peak pricing, and 20% to choose. But the only way that customers could really engage in that was to click through the link in that marketing. So if they got the email 3 weeks later, were thinking about it, wanted to go online and look through, that really wasn't a path. They would have to go back to that email. It sort of by nature became a little bit cumbersome. And I think that's part of what we're trying to, if the commission wants to continue with the pilot, trying to ease a little bit of that to try to get more participation. I say that all saying, admittedly, I don't have a crystal ball of what this will do going forward.
Madam Chair, would the other parties maybe provide their opinion, the Department of Fresh Energy, on what you think the problem was? And I'll just kind of tee up my thought on why I'm asking this is, one, I'm not sure that it's worth the salary time that we're spending to discuss it if we have such low participation, or worth the paper we're printing it on. And so if we are going to do it, we need, we want it to be worthwhile. We want to have more than 7 people decide they're going to use it. That's really not meaningful, whether it's a pilot or a full scale. And so the other question I have is, if this is so unattractive to customers, then is it worth pursuing on a broader scale? I'm very concerned about the idea of doing it as a default when we've had 7 customers in total who found it attractive. I find that really concerning. So that's the background on it. Mr. Gleckner, if that's okay. Chair Sieben.
State your name, please.
Yeah, Alan Gleckner with Fresh Energy. Thank you, Madam Chair, and Commissioner Partridge. Great question. So I don't know if I have all the answers, but I can give some perspective. As Mr. Dobson said, the engagement was really low, and from the record, what we saw is that it was, they were trying to be targeted, like he said, and it was email, essentially email outreach, and then maybe some from account managers, but that wasn't as thoroughly documented. But essentially, there was almost no engagement on the email, like very low open rate, and then people who opened it, almost no one clicked through for the details. So I think, I don't know if I have perfect or good ideas for how to fix that, but I think what we can learn from that is that we don't know that customers don't like it, because no one even really engaged with it, or, we know we don't have good data, but I don't know that we can infer from that customers wouldn't like that design. The other thing, and I'm kind of coming at this docket a little bit late too, so some learnings for me. In this class, there's customers of a certain size that are already required to be on a time of use rate. And so, what I think the department just recommended was, let's start with that group and then look to maybe fold in the other customers. But we're going to get our biggest bang for our buck from that group anyway. They're already on time of use, so it's not like a new concept for them. And so we don't even necessarily need to pilot anything if we just say, let's do a new, better, more modern time of use rate design for that group. They're sophisticated customers. They're already on a time of use. They're already metered for it. So that seems like the right approach. And then we can avoid, why was the pilot unsuccessful? Let's figure out how to get the right engagement rates so we can get statistically valid sample. We can bypass all that and go for the biggest bang for our buck, get the rate design right, modernize it, see how that's working, and then potentially fold in these other customers.
Okay. Mr. Tiglin, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Chair and Commissioner Partridge. Mr. Gleckner, I think, rephrased what I had intended to say quite well. I think the addition that the department would really like to see would be to use this transition of this existing time-varying rate group within the general service class as effectively a mandatory pilot. Once we modernize that time of use rate from the time-varying time of day rate, we can see what we learned from that, and that's why the transition plan to a default time of use for other customer classes in the future would be the department's preference.
Can I ask another question? Okay, is the goal from your perspective, from the department's perspective, is the goal to encourage people to shift their usage, or is the goal to charge them more accurately for the costs of the energy that they're using based on the time of day, or both, or neither?
Chair, Commissioner Partridge, I think both of those goals can coexist within the same transition plan.
Okay.
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. I have a couple of questions. First question to the company. Have you noticed that the peak time period for this project is inconsistent with the residential peak. Why do you have two different peak?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hum, that's right, and that is a reflection of simply when filings went in on either case. This was filed sort of earlier than when we made those filings in the residential case. I will say the intention of this, whether we go through with a pilot or whether we go into a rate, kind of move to a rate right now, would be to match those up. And I think the peak time in this would have to get adjusted to match up with the residential peak. But that was just a simple reflection of when we were filing in each docket.
Thank you. Yeah, I got a good history lesson from the Mr. Gomez on that. Given that we are moving into the era of a lot of solar, and then California is going through with the duck curve. That means during the day is the time that you need to consume a lot of energy rather than overnight. And don't you have any concern with this proposed TOU here? And the next one, I'll ask that there too. Given the situation where we are going to have a lot of solar in near future, and they keep using this same concept with the same peak or peak and the base period, rather than we trying to match the generation capability in the long run.
Commissioner Hom, I think the first thing I'd say is I don't know that I have a lot of detail on sort of where our thinking is on that. But I think in general, I certainly understand the situation in California. We're obviously not there, but I understand your point that we could be moving there. We're still in a region that has a lot of wind. That's really the dominant renewable energy up here. And I think obviously as we go forward, if we get to a point where solar becomes significant, if we get to a point where we're in a position such as California where really the generation profile shifts that much, I think we would obviously be open to adjusting these rates as we go forward to make sure that we're consistent in following the generation profile that we're seeing.
So along the line, then CPP, critical peak pricing or dynamic pricing, can reflect that automatically without changing anything, right? Rather than the block rate of the time of use.
Sure, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, I think that's right. And to be clear, what's embedded in decision option 5 would be a voluntary CPP rate. So we would start to weave that concept into our tariffs. And then, there's obviously a variety of other considerations, but we would start to be able to get that benefit.
Okay, thank you. This is the second question. That was the first question. So you said it's a revenue neutral. In what sense is it revenue neutral? Is it class revenue neutral, or is it revenue neutral for the ratepayers as a whole?
Thank you, fair question. What I meant to say by that was, in the rate case, you're obviously changing the revenue requirement, and making this adjustment, isn't changing what the company's overall revenue requirement is. We will have to do analysis when we propose any adjustment to make sure that at the end we are capturing the same revenue that we would, because obviously behaviors can shift, and we're going to have to consider, whether we need some sort of mechanism to ensure that. But what I meant by that was to say we are not increasing or decreasing the overall revenue requirement of the utility.
Yeah. However, if this program is actually working, it is a peak shaving, right?
Yes.
That means this customer class is not going to use as much as they originally proposed in your rate case.
That's true, but I think what I'm getting at is the overall revenue requirement for the utility won't change.
Yeah, let's see, because your wholesale revenue may change because your capacity. And so I don't know how you're going to impute this wholesale revenue from the capacity into it. That's the one thing. And the second thing is, clearly there is a potential issue with the CCOSS in this case. If this customer doesn't use as much as it was originally assigned to it, then they should get more discount on the transmission rates, because transmission rate is typically still 12 CP. I don't know. I haven't checked any rate case yet, but all days when I was working on it, it was a 12 CP, coincidental peak-based assignment. In that case, clearly peak shaving has an impact to it, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, I would agree with that, and I think that is, there's a little bit there, at least in my mind, of you have to have the data to see how that plays out. So I guess I would still say that that is something to weave into, a potential future rate case, after this has been implemented. I don't know how we would do that, modify the rate and then try to account for that in our current rate case. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you already ran the pilot, because this is a history. I don't know much, but have you run this pilot?
Well, we have a few customers that are on the rate, but we haven't actually built up the pilot to have enough customers that we have sufficient data. But there are some customers that are on the rate.
So you cannot impute based on the existing data whether it's going to be effective or not.
That's correct. There's just too little data.
Okay, thank you. And then also one probably additional question, last one. According to Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, now they are predicting the peak for the system-wide, MISO system-wide, can be around midnight based on their new capacity accreditation methodology and how they are going to manage the system, that they call it net peak. And then based on net peak, individual utility, load-serving entity, will be assigned with capacity requirements. So given that, do you think these TOU can handle that change properly?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hom, I have to confess I'm just not familiar with that and that change, and so I haven't thought it through.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Tuma.
It's very astute, Commissioner Hom. I mean, that to me, that I'm struggling with the overall concept. In a declining energy use environment, stable, slowly declining, which is what was the paradigm when I first started on this commission a while ago, okay? It seems to make sense to do this because you're going to have winners and losers in that class, okay? If you do a default or what we call an opt-out. But it won't be a whole lot in this changing dynamic where load is going up and our peaks are changing. It seems to be a little bit more challenging to put this in place. I mean, part of the concern with the time of use is that what they call that kind of kickback. I can't remember where everybody just comes on at 10 o'clock or wherever the time is. They all plug in their electric cars and turn them all on their washing machines and everything. I mean, if we're doing that right at the same time, we're theoretically actually in a peak demand. That's the worst thing that could happen, but it would have never happened before because everything was pretty stable. Kind of knew where things were at. And so I'm struggling with the overall, whether this is the tool to peak shave. Whether there is better tools and that are more along the lines of you working with your advanced meters and working with customers to curtail their usage and give them a benefit for curtailing it when the price is calling it, as opposed to this, what was back in the good old days where we had a big base load power plant and we knew what everybody's flow was going to be. Are we going? We're trying to solve this problem we've been trying to solve for 20 years with you, and now this solution doesn't fix the real problem. That's what I'm struggling with right now.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma. I think that the first thing I would say is I guess I understand where that's coming from, And I think our engagement on this, we've been trying to be responsive to, I think, the direction that we're getting from the commission and other parties, if that direction is changing, whether that be, because we are in a changing market. I certainly understand that, and if we want to kind of move away from this path in general, like, I think we would be fine with that. I think the other piece that I would layer onto that I think we should remember is that we do have a number of programs out there to do, I think, exactly what you're saying. I
could do more, but I mean that
we talk about those a lot, and that's good in terms of our demand response. And I think out of these customers, I think some of our comments said we already have about 575 megawatts of demand response out of this customer group. So we have a lot of tools, and we are kind of constantly engaged in, whether it's through ECO or other mechanisms or other dockets to discuss whether there's more targeted ways. But I think, we've wanted to be responsive to the commission's, desire for sort of a path towards time of use, and that's what I think this reflects.
Mr. Gleckner, I came into this commission being a true believer in time of use rates and decoupling, and I've kind of moved away from decoupling now, but I'm trying to theoretically think, where is this in this new environment where we have a load increase, changing circumstances, and now a dynamic market and dynamic metering? Are we better going down those paths than this old thing that was kind of meant to be with the old system where we didn't have dynamic metering?
Right. Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, I think it's a valid thing to think about. As Commissioner Hom mentioned, like, peaks or tight times are going to be moving all around. There's a lot, things are dynamic, but I think I would take a step back from your question to orient where we are, like on this issue in this docket, and particularly where the parties seem to have aligned, is on our biggest customers only that are already on and have been for a long time, meters that are capable of multiple time periods. They've been on time varying rates almost, I don't know how far back, but that's a pretty industry normed standard best practice to have that type of customer class on a time varying rate. And these are, our biggest, most sophisticated customers. So I think it's certainly a valid question even for this group, but I think this group, it's more simple because they already are there, and that's, kind of is rate design best practice to have that customer on a time of use rate. So I think what we're talking about for now, where we've all aligned, is modernizing that rate for these customers. And my hope is that, things are changing, but they're not changing, hopefully, like within 6 months. So let's say Xcel comes in for another rate case, they could propose changing these time periods a little bit, or tweaking how it's designed, or something changes meaningfully, bringing a new filing and saying, hey, we need to tweak the time periods for these customers, and keeping in mind that these are the group that can handle that and are going to be able to engage on that. And so I think we already have it. It's already best practice. Let's just try and get that rate to be designed to maximize benefit.
And once we design it, the next rate case would pick that up for the class cost of service study. And so there's always a lag. I mean, just like there's lag for the company, there will be a little bit lag for the customer benefiting from
Right.
from it.
And I think responding to Commissioner Hom was going about, these things might change, your capacity obligations might change. But I think that would get picked up, hopefully, as the proceedings went on. Like we'd see, because those are sort of like long-term changes that might come to effect from this rate. If we said, oh, that really helped our capacity position or helped us in tight hours, that would be able to flow through kind of in sequence as we, through rate cases or filings. But it's not like something I would think that's going to change radically within a intra-year or something like that. But
I'm sure, if it's okay, I'd like to go back to Mr. Dobson on a different track, but pay attention, Mr. Gleckner, because I'm going to have you help my mind mediate a dilemma that I'm having. And I read number 5 and number 6, and you clarified one of them because it was just really confusing me what default meant. But we all now really all that means is opt in or opt out. Okay. Now, your proposal, though, I went back and I read page 9 of your proposal carefully a couple times, as that's where you call it a partial transition plan, which confused my poor mind, but I think I understand where you're going, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you're going to work with the stakeholders. You're going to come up with some that are going to be default or opt-out customers. There's going to be certain classes, A15 or A27 or whatever, that are commercial, that you're going to say, yes, these are going to be default opt-out customers. Then you're going to have the rest of the class going to be opt-in customers, and all of them can choose a CPP. That's, I think you had, in addition to the 3 tiers of different times, you have kind of 3 tiers of customers that you are going to set up. And so all of them can opt into CPP. Some of them can opt into, or all of them can opt into CPP. All of them, or a class of them, can opt into the general time of use, but there's going to be a group of them that you anticipate that are going to be actual opt-out. At least that's how I read your second paragraph on page 9. So first of all, correct me if I'm wrong.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, I think that's right. The only flavor I would add to that, which is consistent with what Mr. Gleckner said, is what that opt-out group would be. Well, they would be the customers that are currently on the time of day rate that we have.
So they could be of multiple different A15, A20. If they've already opted in, they become opt-outs at that stage, is what you're saying. That's the part I'm getting confused at, because I think I read it as you're going to pick different classes of customers, different, you have all these different numbers for who are commercial, these guys, commercial folks. You're not saying that. That's what I thought. You're going to pick and choose between some that are going to be opt-in.
No, let me try to explain that again, maybe a little better. Is right now we've got our general C&I class. Within that class, there is a portion of them, I believe it's a megawatt or over, that are defaulted into a time of day rate.
They already are
in a time of day
About how many
rate.
accounts is that? Is it
It's
like
10%.
7?
It's about 10% of the class. I think, depending on which way you cut it, but I think it's around 5,000. But they're big customers, and so the proposal would be you would take those customers that are on a time of day rate, and I think we use the word refresh that to a 3-part time of use. So they just stay, like they don't. They're just getting a refreshed rate. Then you take that rate and you make it available on an opt-in basis to everybody else in the class.
So you've already kind of defined those. Are any of those opted out already that are those bigger customers? Do they have the right to opt out?
I don't. No.
They don't have the right to opt out. Right. Okay. Would you give them that? I mean, or is that part of a discussion that you're going to have?
The proposal would be just to change the rate, not to change any of their abilities. They would just be refreshing the rate they have from the 2-part time of day to the 3-part time of use.
It's becoming clear. And so everybody else could opt into that new refreshed rate, but they don't have to. And you're not going to have a conversation with the stakeholders about expanding that class of opt-outers. Or is that something you're going to be open to discussing?
Well, I think we're not going to say we're never going to talk about it. I think we are open to discussing it, but that's, I think, not reflected in 5. And I'll say the concern that we have in doing it, not in discussing it. We can talk about whatever, but this is a really big class with really a lot of revenue coming through. I mean, this is a class that pays a lot on their bills, and shifting, 90% of the class that right now is not on any sort of pricing variable rate to a 3-part TOU as a default is a really significant change, which is why we were studying it, and I get that now we may not.
And 6, sorry to interject, but just to make it clear, 6 would make it an opt-out for that remaining 90%.
Correct.
And
That's how I understand it.
I think if I'm catching the drift of Commissioner Tuma, like 5, the way I think of it, is a more moderate proposal, like to keep moving forward. I don't see the point in like continuing to update the pilot when it's not really going that great in my estimation. And then like because of not a lot of great uptake or people who are interested, it seems like 5 is keep moving in this direction, make it optional for most people or most commercial industrial customers, and then file it in November and we'll look at that.
And Mr. Dobson, along that line, so I was reading the sentence, this is what got me confused, the sentence that said, on the first paragraph on page 9, it says, the company would use the time before November 1st, this is that after we do today and then November 1st, to work with stakeholders to develop the details of a rescaled proposal. And the word rescaled got me confused, and I was thinking, are we talking about, like I said, instead of having 10%, we're going to change the number and it's going to be now 15 or 20% who are opt-in. You're telling me right now that's not the discussion you were thinking about. So what were you thinking about? What's this rescaling proposal? What did you mean?
So thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma. Couple pieces on that as well. I think the context of what these comments were coming in as is we were talking about refreshing the pilot, and then we kind of got into a discussion of going into just implementing a rate. So I think rescaled wasn't intended to mean changing the group of customers that are on a time variable rate. It was simply reflecting going from a pilot to this. The other piece that I think I should bring up, because I kind of missed it at the beginning, but when we proposed this, we, as you can see from the schedule below, we were intending to have stakeholder discussions in Q1. We can't do that. I mean, it's almost over. So I'll let the other parties speak for themselves. I think we have some alignment of whether you do 5 or 6, and this could apply to either, of pushing that November 1 date. I think we would ask to have that Q1 of 26 to just allow that process to play out.
We've already decoupled it from the rate case. I think there was a thought we were coupling it with the rate case.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And so I understand now, correct me if I'm wrong, what you proposed in 5 is keep the same class of customers as opt-in, opt-outs, okay? There's some who are just stuck, okay? That's the part I didn't understand. There's just some that are stuck. So it really is a full opt-in for those who are not stuck in the rate, the way you've designed it right now. And then you would overlay a CPP over that any of them, whether they were the 10% that are stuck or the 90% that can choose, they could choose a CPP.
That's correct. And I think the only other asterisk I would add to that is there would be a lot of stakeholder discussions to kind of flesh all of that out, but that's what we're envisioning.
And then to Mr. Tigman, your proposal is let's just move number 6 is move all 100% into the time of use and give everybody an opt-out, or would you also keep in the kind of, I call them now the stuck 10%? Would you keep them stuck, but then you would just say to the 90% that you're creating the program for, you would say they get an opt-out? Is that how is that the difference I'm seeing between 5 and 6?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, that is the difference that we'd see between number 5 and number 6. And one of the reasons that we're in favor of number 6 is exactly the question that you had posed to Mr. Gleitner a few minutes ago about this changing dynamic where we're trying to send more signals for folks to curtail their load, greater demand response, critical peak pricing, greater use of the AMI meters that the company's been rolling out. The department sees a more widespread time of use rates in this class than others as the first step to getting customers used to that sort of interaction with their utility.
Mr. Gluckner, I read your comments, and your comments came out exact same time they came out with their new number 5, the rescaled and all that, so you didn't have a chance to see that. And now that you have a better understanding of it, at least I have a better understanding of it, I'd be jealous to kind of hear your kind of take on where you think this should go.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, yeah, I think we think this direction works of let's focus on getting it really good for the group that are already required to be on a time of day rate, and then other folks can opt in, and then potentially with a CPP option as well, so that that's in the mix, is a good start. And my understanding is that Fresh Energy and the department, not speaking for them, but my read of is that we're still interested in exploring a full time of use rate for that whole customer class, but I think we can do that in these discussions, and then have opportunities as we'll always be able to come back and offer that to you, or have more conversations with the company on that. But I think we think this is a really good first step.
As we sit here today, you'd be more comfortable with 5, with the understanding that you need the company to be open to maybe either expanding the class of stuck-ins or opt-out, but also with a view that this is kind of like Mr. Tegelman put, kind of a ramped-up pilot of what we're doing, and then everybody's open to the fact that we may have this discussion somewhere else down the road about a full opt-out.
Yeah, if it makes sense. But otherwise, this is a no regrets first step, I think.
I am much more educated than I was before. Thank you for spending the time. I get my slow brain around it.
Oh, it's helpful. Commissioner Partridge.
Okay. Technical difficulties. Thank you. I just wanted to give some credit to Mr. Gomez for actually laying out nicely in the briefing papers exactly who's stuck in. And so it is any customer with demand equal to or greater than 1,000 kilowatts. And so it's 5,400 customers. So they're already on a time of use, but it's a 2 period. Is that correct, Mr. Gomez? Sorry.
Xcel is nodding.
Yeah. So, yeah, excellent. I just want to say you did a great job. You got that in there. And I think this idea of taking those customers that are already have the capable meters, already managing their energy to a time of day rate, this makes a lot of sense. And they would be most likely to be ready to respond to a more modernized time of day rate. I am going to throw out my personal opinion, which is
You can do that now.
excellent. Okay, which is that if we do a really good job of marketing this, and it is something that is attractive to customers, we will see uptake, right? And so an alternative to making it a default is making it attractive and making the process to enroll easy, making sure customers are aware of it. And so I guess I would lean more towards making sure that the company is doing a better job at marketing, making sure that customers can enroll easily without trying to dig through their inbox. And I went through the same process today with camp registration, and I almost didn't make it out of my house. So I have a recommendation for a way we could, or something we could add, in fact, to a decision option to really make sure that we have a very fleshed out outreach plan. And I would propose that as an alternative to making it a default rate for a future filing. I don't know if we're ready for that, if commissioners have further questions, or I can throw that out.
Why don't you, explain it, and then would you layer that in with decision option 5, are you thinking?
Yes. Okay. Yes, Madam Chair, I was thinking decision option 5 with the edit from Xcel to cross out default. And then add, let's see, where would we add it? Maybe after rate, where the comma is, and a detailed customer outreach and marketing plan, comma, and then the rest of it can remain. And then I also, did notice, as Commissioner Hom brought up, that the time frame was not aligned with the residential time frame, which is the more up-to-date reflection of the company's system. And so I think it would be important that this general time of use service be aligned with the company's most recent resource plan data. And I would ask.
So that might read like require Xcel to suspend its general time of use service rate pilot program and focus on developing a partial transition plan that incorporates.
Let's say
incorporates the most recent. What?
Yeah, based on the most recent.
That is based
resource
on.
Plan.
On the most
recent resource plan. Is that enough?
Mr. Dobson, I think I understand what you're saying, but a resource plan the order isn't out, so how should we reference that? It's the resource plan we just approved.
Correct.
What year is that again? 2020.
Sorry, Madam Chair, the commission, the 2024 resource plan.
2024.
Yeah.
Okay.
We did that really fast.
Might have been a settlement in there. I don't know.
So it would say, yeah, Commissioner Partridge, is that what you're trying to get at? That they'd suspend their current pilot and develop a partial transition plan that is based on Xcel's 2024 resource plan.
Right.
And because the detail outreach.
And includes a detailed, outreach and marketing plan. And then I think the comma and then the rest remains unless, did you say, Mr. Dobson, that November 1 needs to move or just the Q1 has to be flexible?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Commissioner Partridge, I think you would replace November 1, 2025 with the first quarter of 2026.
Okay.
So let's just say a date to be filed by.
I guess it would be.
March
how many
1?
days are in March?
March 31st.
March 31st of
2026.
2026, yeah.
Okay. Great. And within that, can we clarify your understanding? Because I'm kind of looking at the bullet points on page 14 of the briefing papers. You have at the last one, there would be this separate voluntary CPP rate. Does that need to be called out in number 5, or is that assumed within number 5?
I am assuming that it is assumed. Our read is that this is assumed in number 5.
Does everybody feel good about that? Okay, wonderful.
Do those modifications, I know you don't necessarily support that, Mr. Teglin, but do you think those dates and wording kind of works for the department?
Chair Sieben, while the department would prefer number 6, we see a lot of value in the decision option 5 as modified, and those dates I think would be acceptable. I think it's more important to do this right than to do it as fast as possible.
Mr. Gleckner, any concerns?
No.
And I think that addition of like a detailed customer outreach plan really makes sense, Commissioner Partridge, and thinking about all of the customers in Xcel's C&I class. I assume there's going to need to be different outreach to different types of customers, whether you're a small manufacturing facility or a restaurant, for example. Like, you might have a lot of different needs for those customers, and education and outreach to business groups to help explain the differences. And that's sort of what's all envisioned in number 5 by taking more time and working on some of the differences, right, Mr. Dobson?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I agree, and I just I think that's right. and we can certainly flesh that out in a marketing plan. The only piece I want to make sure that we're clear on, because I think I am, but there's somebody whispered in my ear that there's different interpretations. Like, as I'm understanding the decision option, it would incorporate the proposal to roll in to change the rate for the existing opt-out TOD, and we would. I suppose that would be part of a marketing plan of notification.
Yeah.
But then there would be a separate marketing plan for the voluntary. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we understood that.
Those other 90%.
The other 90%.
That will be filed, your plan for that, including the outreach plan, will be filed by March 31st, 2026.
Thanks.
But yes, but Madam Chair, I do want to acknowledge that will be very important that you do a lot of outreach and education to that existing 5,400, so they're not caught off guard with a significant change. So hopefully you will build that into the timeline of rolling things out and outreach, and yeah.
And sorry, I think I did understand, and then I'm just making sure. So the 5,000 customers that are on an existing time of day rate, will their new time of use rate take effect on March 31st, or when? Sorry.
No, Madam Chair, I think that's when we would make the proposal for what
For
the
that,
rate would
too.
look like.
Okay.
And the plan, the marketing plan.
Okay, great. Yeah, sorry, now I get it. Commissioner Hunt.
Thank you, Chelsea. But yeah, thanks for that pointing out that reach out. I think those commercial customers may need a transition period too, because they can adjust to the new 3-tier block rate from the 2-tier block rate based on their business model. So I think Xcel need to consider certain business cannot change their business model overnight, and then you have to put that in your plan.
But if it's opt-in, that will be easier to adjust to that, right?
Yeah, I mean, opt-in, opt-out is one way to do it, however, but making sure that they are fully informed and they give them chance to adjust to it if they're willing to do it, because it's going to save everybody within that class money, because if we do peak shaving and then we are not consuming very expensive energy, it can save everybody's money within that class potentially.
Okay, are we, Ms. Kaler, that's pretty clear what the motion is?
Yes, thank you, Chair Stephen.
Commissioner Partridge moves modified decision option 5. Anything else? No. Is the motion clear, or any other comments on Commissioner Partridge's motion? Hearing none, then, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, the motion prevails. Thank you very much, everyone. I think we need to take a break before we move on to agenda item number 5. And Ms. Partridge, did you want to make a statement?
Yes. Yes, I will be recusing myself from the last item based on my prior work with that item. So thank you.
Okay, so we'll come back at what time, Commissioners?
We want to go to lunch, so
1:30?
30 should be enough, yeah.
Okay, the commission stands in recess until 1:30.
Good work, Commissioner.
The commission will come back from its recess. Sorry we're late getting started after 1:30. Ms. Terwilliger, will you please introduce our last agenda item?
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I just want to note I'm filling in for Dr. Dornfeld today, who was the lead analyst and did most of the hard work on this docket, so thanks to her remotely. The item before you here today is docket number E002 M-23-524 in the matter of the petition of Xcel Energy for approval of a residential time of use rate design. The issue before the Commission is should the Commission approve Xcel Energy's petition for a residential time of use rate as found in its August 16th, 2024 letter. Since the briefing papers were filed, there have been several additional documents that have been filed to e-dockets. So first, staff requested preferred and revised decision options from the parties. Those were combined in a new document, which was filed into e-dockets. The department also filed a revised version of a new CEE decision, and so that is separately up there for Department 8.1. And then Commissioner Sullivan also compiled a proposed set of decision options as a starting point for the discussion today, and those are available as well. There are hard copies of all of those up at the front, but they're the same that are in e-dockets. Parties are here, and staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you also to Dr. Dornfeld, who couldn't be here, but like Hannah said, did a lot of work in this item on this docket. So if parties will come forward, we had oral arguments, and we'll try to keep those to 2 minutes. If possible, it would be helpful if parties could summarize your preferred decision options. If they're different from what is offered in the sheet that Ms. Terwilliger and Dr. Dornfeld compiled, let us know. Otherwise, it also would be helpful just if folks are listening. Commissioner Sullivan obviously isn't here, but we're going to move his set of decision options pretty early on, and then work off of that. And so if you can focus your 2 minutes on what you like or do not like about Commissioner Sullivan's proposed route, that would be helpful for me.
Emphasizing his proposed route, not him in particular.
Yeah, unfortunately, because he can't be here. But anyway, so we'll start with the company because it's your proposal. Please state your name for the record and then summarize your position for us.
Good afternoon, Lauren Steinhauser on behalf of Xcel Energy. As we've said, thank you to staff for the briefing papers and also to the many parties, stakeholders, and individual customers who engaged on the substance of this proposal. Today we're here supporting our time of use or TOU rate proposal for residential customers. It is based off of a pilot that was approved in 2018, launched in 2020, ended in 2022. And we learned a lot from that, including that we can use price signals to trend towards less energy consumption during peak times, the importance of customer engagement and education, and identifying and targeting high-impact customers, which can lead to a larger impact on peak reductions. We use that experience to bring forward the proposal that's in front of you today with a bumpy road, if you will. There was an initial proposal in December of 2023, which was in compliance with the Commission's request. And there was a really strong negative public reaction to the opt-out or default rate that was proposed in that initial proposal. So we did some more surveys, we talked to stakeholders, and we put forth a new proposal in August, which really focuses on a deliberate and phased approach to shifting our most high-impact customers, those customers on our EV tariffs, to the rate first. This is similar to what was just discussed in the general TOU docket. Shifting those with the highest impact already on a 3-period rate onto our rate, and then marketing the voluntary TOU rate to all customers. To the Chair's question, Commissioner Sullivan's proposal does not include that shift of taking our existing EV tariff customers and putting them onto the updated rate. And
What
so
decision options is that? Do you know? Sorry to put you on the spot, Ms. Steinhauser, but
so it's
because your proposal is in the default or in contained in decision option 3.
1 and 3. That is
1 and
correct.
3. But
Specifically, decision option 17 talks about approving our request to change the rates and peak periods related to 17 and 18 related to our EV tariffs.
because you want those, your changes included, and they're not in Commissioner Sullivan's.
Chair Steven, that's correct.
Okay, got it. Sorry to interrupt.
17 and 18 are not already incorporated. They were additions to.
They're actually in conflict with
20
Commissioner
and
Sullivan's
21.
20.
Okay.
So the reason, again, going back to what I was saying before, the reason that we are, that is a point that I wanted to make in opening is because those are our high impact customers on a time of use rate. They are on a 3-period rate already. We are just asking to shift that rate to the proposed rate for the time of use rate itself. We believe that this proposal strikes the appropriate balance between providing customers price signals to move energy use off-peak and is also responsive to their input for a desire for optionality, so the desire to opt in if possible. The company is available for questions, our preferred decision options. And this was the list I had before coming to the table, so I'll go with this and answer any questions that you have. But 3, 4, Xcel Alternative 7, which sets out that implementation that I mentioned. Xcel Alternative 8, CEE new 8.1 or the department's modified 8.1. 10, 17, 18, and then consistent with Commissioner Sullivan's proposal, 29, all subparts, 30 with the CEE Alternative B, and then all other subparts. We would add 31 and 32. Sullivan revised 36. And Xcel Alternative 41.
37 and Xcel 41. Okay, thank you. Next, here I have the Clear Energy Coalition. Are they here? Mr. Williger, do we know about them? If they're
They did not respond to the outreach, so I don't believe they have anybody here.
okay. Then next is MiEnergy. Mr. Zahn, please state your name for the record and go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Curtis Zahn. I'm here on behalf of MiEnergy and our 170 members. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to provide some brief opening comments. First, I would like to also commend staff on her excellent briefing papers, which highlight many of the issues with Xcel's proposal and explain the benefits of approaches proposed by other stakeholders, including the TOU approach already approved by the Commission for Minnesota Power. While I know we all want a TOU rate to be implemented as soon as possible because of the potential benefits it can provide to all customers in the grid, we agree with commenters and staff who recognize that a TOU rate that is not based on a robust and accurate data and reasonable policy approaches will be 2 steps back rather than 1 step forward. Which is why MiEnergy supports the approach to TOU rates that the Commission has already approved for Minnesota Power. The Minnesota Power approach is fair, measured, reasonable, and as the Commission has already determined, in the public interest. First, it is consistent with Minnesota's current approach to net metering and what NREL recommends, providing net metered customers with a credit equal to the value of the energy they are providing to their neighbors at the time they are providing it, as established by what those neighbors are being charged. And it also only takes the next step in widespread adoption after the impact and effectiveness of the current step has been thoroughly evaluated based on a robust record. Not only is it less risky and more reasonable, fair, and consistent for the Commission to adopt an approach that it already has approved for another regulated utility, By approving the same approach, the Commission should be more likely, or could be more likely, to be able to take lessons learned from one utility and apply them to another. The Commission is effectively increasing its sample size and therefore its ability to evaluate the impact and effectiveness of various TOU policy approaches, which is why MnCEA appreciates the approach Commissioner Sullivan is proposing. MnCEA especially likes the opt-in aspect of it because, in our opinion, the best way to see how effective a TOU rate can be is to enlist the most motivated, informed energy consumers. From there, all you need to do is compare their behavior to a control group of similar consumers who remained on a flat rate, and the benefits or lack thereof of the TO rate should be evident. However, while Commissioner Sullivan's approach is a step in the right direction, it appears to lack some of the guardrails and milestones that might help it be more successful. In particular, the peak period from 7 to 10 is inconsistent with the facts in the record. The peak period for the other regulated utility who has TOU rates, as Commissioner Hom noted, the general service TOU rate, and any other TOU rate in the entire country. Second, low-income ratepayers could benefit the most from TOU rates, but with no guarantee for bill protections, they are unlikely to opt in because of the risk that really could be scarier to them than the average person. And finally, a 5-year period sounds like too long to wait for a detailed analysis to determine whether the TO rate is a success or failure. Such an analysis should come sooner so that the improvements can be made to allow for the eventful transition to widespread adoption as an opt-out rate. So while we support the direction Commissioner Sullivan is going, we think that providing some additional guardrails and milestones consistent with other approaches the Commission has approved or are supported by stakeholders will help improve the ability of his approach to be successful. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you.
Sure, were there decision options that I assume
They're in the,
6, but I didn't know if there was some.
are they reflected in your,
They're
they're
same.
not.
If they're the same, then.
Yeah, they are.
They're reflected in your chart here.
I mean, the only one additional one is for the rate. It says 6, but we also support 5, which is CUB, but I mean, but these are generally summarized there. We just, either or, totally.
You have this too, because there are more copies. Okay. Then next on my list is Fresh Energy. Hi, welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Will Mulhern. I'm a director on the electricity team at Fresh Energy, and I'll be representing Fresh Energy today.
Is this your first hearing?
I was about to say, I'm very excited to be in front of you all today. This is my first hearing at the Minnesota Commission, so
warm welcome.
I look forward to the hazing, yeah. But take it easy on me. I also want to note that I'm joined by Andrew Twite, consultant who's been working with Fresh Energy on this topic, and I can call on Andrew if the Commission would like it at any point. I want to thank staff for the thorough briefing papers. They were especially useful for someone who's coming into this process midstream and really trying to get up to speed, so I appreciate that. Fresh Energy supports the adoption of the residential time of use rate design with a few modifications as outlined in our preferred decision options. I'll highlight just a few of the key modifications here. First, Fresh Energy continues to support a revised peak time period occurring from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. As outlined in our comments, Fresh Energy arrived at this period based on analysis of modeling conducted by the Clean Energy Organizations for Xcel's 2024 IRP and through evaluation of MISO modeling of reliability needs, both of which indicated the ideal peak period would be from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. to align with underlying system challenges and costs throughout the year. This period best reflects the needs of a changing grid as increasing penetration of renewables and electrification shift the system's peak. Additionally, Fresh Energy supports a phased implementation of the time of use rate as proposed in CUB's modified decision option 7. This phased approach allows the company and stakeholders to evaluate and refine the company's engagement strategy and assess the effectiveness of the program before creating a default opt-out rate. And finally, Fresh Energy continues to advocate for the company to evaluate opportunities for a critical peak pricing plan, either layered with the time of use rate or as a standalone demand response program. While the peak time rebate program Xcel is filing later this month is a positive step in this direction, critical peak pricing programs send stronger price signals over shorter periods of time and are more effective at reducing load when the grid needs it most. We believe the phased implementation approach provides an excellent opportunity for Xcel to evaluate and report on the feasibility of a CPP program. And keeping CPP as an option for the company to evaluate will maximize the tools available to the company for advancing demand response and load flexibility programs. Thanks for your time. I'll be available for questions.
Great, thank you. And your preferred decision options are reflected here?
Yes, they're consistent with what's.
And then if we want to talk more about Commissioner Sullivan's, we'll just cover that in questions.
Absolutely.
Sorry, 2 minutes doesn't give you guys enough time to do everything we're asking. Okay, then, where was my sheet? Sorry. Here. Next is GridX, if they're going to provide comments. Rachel Bryant.
Yes, I'm on the line. Thank you so much. My name is Rachel Bryant, and I'm the Senior Director of Regulatory and Business Policy Development at GridX. GridX is a software company, and we help utilities implement, design, and bill for complex rates, including TOU. We'll keep our comments brief today. We echo what we provided in those comments. GridX remains generally supportive of expanding TOU within the state of Minnesota. We also acknowledge that, as many comments have demonstrated, that there's a diversity of opinion around a number of critical elements of the rate, including the pricing structure and whether the rate should ultimately be opt-in or opt-out. At this time, GridX does not take a position on the specific pricing structure or whether the rate should be opt-out. We do, however, remain supportive of some version of TOU because we believe that, especially with appropriate levels of customer rate education, customers can be successful in TOU rates. For these reasons, and as captured in the briefing document, we support Decision Options 1 and Decision Option 31, and our support for Decision Option 1 should not preclude support broadly for at least one form of TOU available to residential customers to ultimately be adopted. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant. Next is Uplight, if they're available.
They did not respond, Chair Sieben, so unless they've somehow
joined
gotten a
now.
WebEx, they're not here.
Okay, then CEE.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right?
Kind of. Just try to speak up, please. It's not you, it's our microphones are not that good.
Good afternoon, Chair Sieben, Commissioners. I'm Ashley McFarland with the Center for Energy and Environment. First, I want to say thank you to PUC staff for the incredible job on the briefing papers. We also thank Xcel for putting forth this well-thought-out proposal and our fellow stakeholders for their input. We are especially thankful to the department for working with us and Xcel to find a solution that would enable an accelerated rollout of the proposed space heating rate. Xcel's proposed electric space heating rates are the result of a March 2022 commission order that required the company to adjust its electric space heating rates to more accurately reflect the system benefits of air source heat pumps. Using models developed for past research projects, we evaluated the customer bill impacts of the proposed rates and finally accomplished this goal by reducing operating costs for customers with air source heat pumps, making the technology more accessible and enabling its adoption. We believe the electric space heating rate should be implemented as soon as possible so its benefits are felt during the upcoming heating season. The implementation of the new single-period space heating rate does not require the same extensive customer outreach and preparation as the time-of-use rate. Additionally, the new rate would complement federal, state, local, and utility incentives for air source heat pumps available in 2025. There is widespread consensus among stakeholders that this early implementation should occur. However, Xcel will accumulate a revenue deficit if the new space heating rate is implemented ahead of the proposed TOU rate, since the two were designed together to be revenue neutral. To enable the early implementation of the electric space heating rates, we believe Xcel should be allowed to recover this deficit through a true-up mechanism and support the department's solution outlined in their revised CEE 8.1 decision option. We also support thorough customer outreach and education for both the space heating and TOU rates to ensure customers fully understand their options. We look forward to working with Xcel to implement the outreach and communication recommendations summarized in Decision Option 8. Thank you for your time. I'm available for questions.
Ms. McFarland, so do you support 8, all of 8 and 8.1, CEE
Yes.
new 8.1?
Yep.
And then not Xcel revised 8?
We've had some conversations, Chair Stephen, we've had some conversations with Xcel. I think we support the moving the reporting to the eco-status report, and we'd still like to see option A move forward, which is a targeted outreach. And how we envisioned it is a targeted outreach to customers who install air source heat pumps to get them on the electric the electric space heating rate.
So to summarize, you prefer 8A and or all of the original 8 and 8.1?
Correct. Although we're okay with, I think Xcel revised in the beginning, moving the reporting to the eco-status report versus the compliance report that comes out of this, and that we support.
Okay. Well, I think I get it, but I might have to come back to you with more questions. So thank you. Cub is next.
Good afternoon, Chair Sieben and Commissioners. Olivia Carroll with the Citizens Utility Board of Minnesota, and I'm joined by my colleague Brandon Crawford. We thank staff for the excellent briefing papers and all parties for their engagement on this issue. CUB is generally supportive of Xcel's revised time of use rate proposal with the modifications as laid out in our preferred decision options. For my limited time this morning, I'd like to quickly highlight two of those modifications regarding opt-out enrollment and shadow billing. A successful time of use rate has the potential to provide substantial benefits, from better aligning rates with generation and system costs to reducing peak demand and lowering customers' bills. But to achieve these outcomes, a significant number of customers will need to shift their energy usage away from peak hours, which is best accomplished through an opt-out or default rate. Opt-out rates reach more customers while utilizing fewer resources, and those saved resources can be used for more targeted customer education tools that maximize rate responsiveness, reduce peak demand, and deliver bill savings. CUB Modified Decision Option 7 reflects the Department's proposal for a phased incremental rollout of default rates that seeks to deliver those aggregated benefits. The planned pilot and subsequent evaluation would provide an opportunity for the Commission and stakeholders to discuss the results of the modified rate structure and whether to continue with a default rate prior to any broader rollout. This pathway provides the most streamlined approach towards understanding how the rate impacts customers while avoiding unnecessary delays in broader deployment. If the Commission did choose to move forward with Commissioner Sullivan's revised decision option 36, we would instead of opt-out rates, we would also recommend potentially reducing the five-year evaluation period to a shorter time. As for shadow billing, regardless of whether the Commission approves opt-in or opt-out rates, we recommend Xcel be required to analyze the feasibility and costs of providing shadow billing, which is captured in decision option 28 and is included in Commissioner Sullivan's proposal. Shadow billing provides automatic, personalized on-bill information that allows customers to compare their bill under time of use against a flat rate option. This helps customers make informed decisions about rate enrollment and can encourage customer acceptance. We have also introduced recommendations around peak period and bill protections, but I would be happy to discuss those in greater detail during today's discussion, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
On 36, you said you don't like it's 5. It was 1. Did you have a recommendation for another number?
Well, yeah, we had our initial recommendation in decision option 7 would have reflected a year-long kind of pilot.
Still, you would run 1.
We would say 1, yeah, but anything less than 5.
Got it.
And next is the OAG, please.
Thank you, Chair Steve and Commissioners. I'm a little far away from the microphone, and the microphone is very quiet. So if you need me to speak up, let me know, but that's not a problem I generally have. So
It's just that on the camera you're cut off.
Okay,
But
I'll sneak
I
in
can
here.
see you in person. The people,
all right.
There we go.
I'll limit my comments today to discussing Commissioner Sullivan's proposed path forward, proposed decision options. And with all apologies to Commissioner Sullivan, I'm going to focus on where we don't agree with where he's going, because overall I think it really encapsulates how we're thinking about this, which is the OAG supports an opt-out time of use rate because we think it can have benefits, but we also believe that that opt-out is important as a core consumer protection. Where I think
Opt-out is a core
Sorry,
consumer?
opt-in is important.
That's what I thought you meant.
I'm
Just
a
making
little
sure.
flustered with trying to speak loudly, apparently. So for billing protections, I want to talk about why we still think it's important to have those even when it's an opt-in rate, because I don't think it's entirely intuitive. So we don't want folks to opt in and then become disillusioned with the rates the first time they might get a surprised bill and simply move back to the standard rate. So we think, some bill protection is important for folks to be able to kind of have a second chance to modify their behavior. So OAG 25 is an attempt to come up with a structured framework that allows folks that second chance, some education to modify their behavior. I do have a modification to it, which I'm incredibly sorry for, but I didn't catch it until late in the game, which is that we would want the 10% cutoff to not be triggered by the prior monthly bill, but to be what the bill would have been on the basic residential flat rate. But the idea here is that we give folks a second chance. We give them 2 consecutive months of bill protections so they can have some education, modify their behavior, or make the choice to move back to the standard rate. So we'd support decision option 25 being included with the general motion. And then the other item, which some other folks have touched on, is Sullivan Revised 36. While I don't think are as convinced as some parties that this is necessarily the way forward, that should be a default, I do agree that 5 years is a long time to wait to have that conversation if it's a conversation that's the commission thinks is worth having. So we'd be supportive of 2 or 3 years kind of revisiting this. In addition, taking a really close look at the rate design. I appreciate that Commissioner Sullivan included option 38, which allows parties to request a comment period to look at the rate design again within 60 days of an annual filing. But I think as some commissioners have illustrated in different dockets, these are peaks that are moving quickly. So taking another look at it, maybe 5 years is a little bit too long. So we'd be supportive of shortening that. And I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The department.
Chair Sieben, we'll similarly focus on where we are different from Commissioner Sullivan's motion.
State your name.
Oh, sorry. I've already been here for most of the day. Sydney Lieb for the Minnesota Department of Commerce. So we'll similarly focus on where we differ. In general, I think we're supportive of Commissioner Sullivan's decision options here. They're mostly consistent with ours. We'll skip ahead to the net metered piece and note that we were originally supporting 10 and 11, which I believe was the company's proposal, and we thought it was simplified and avoided some confusion, but we think that Commissioner Sullivan's new recommended 12, 13, and 16 actually make it even more clear, so we'll support those ones. Moving back to the overall structure, similar to the discussion we actually just had in the previous time of use discussion, we think the peak period should be between 7 and 10 p.m. for probably 3 different reasons. One, this is what's aligning with current LMPs, and we believe the point of the time of use rate is to move customers off of the more expensive energy pricing. It's also an easier time for customers to shift their use from 7 to 10. It allows them to start using higher energy rates later, where 7 to 10 tends to be, I think, when a lot of folks are getting home from work, doing dinner or kid things, et cetera. And it's also consistent with most of the other time of use rates that are in place in other parts of the state and other regions. So we think 7 to 10 is a more appropriate period. And if we're starting to see that we are seeing significant changes in the LMPs based on increased solar resources on the system, we could definitely think about moving that rate to a different time period. But right now, based on actual energy prices, 7 to 10 is a more appropriate peak period. And then on the opt-in versus opt-out, the department's supporting an opt-out rate, I think for a lot of the same reasons that Cub highlighted. We think that the phased approach that we're suggesting in tandem with good customer education and shadow billing will help customers understand the rate and will result in better adoption of the rate overall. And again, this is similar. The phased approach that we're recommending is similar to what's been done by Minnesota Power. It's been effective there. Customers have interacted with it positively. And I think the only other change from Commissioner Sullivan is that we're recommending 33, which would grandfather the roughly 1,000 customers that are on a different rate. So not canceling those customers' rate. They're only 1,000 customers. They'll go away through attrition over time. We want to reiterate that we think the shadow billing, number 28, is really critically important. And we believe that Xcel should really be held to doing this and not be concerned about software hurdles or anything like that. I think the language right now to explore the feasibility could probably be strengthened if the commission really wants to see this happen quickly and be done well. And on the CEE option about what to do with the costs from the space heating rate, the department's very supportive of the space heating rate. And we've worked with CEE a good deal to try to get this done quickly and make sure that it's folded into the existing rate case and recovery structures. And I think our revised decision option is attempting to do it so that it can be implemented now, and that the cost should most likely just go up into the sales true-up recovery mechanism.
Dr. Lieb, did you mean 4 to 7 instead of 7 to 10 p.m. as reflected in decision option 6?
Yes, sorry, I do mean 4 to 7. I'm reading from the wrong document.
Okay. Good deal. So the challenge here that everyone may be feeling, including me, is that Commissioner Sullivan's not here to lay out like his rationale for why he came up with these recommendations. But just because there's a lot of disagreement on different issues, maybe we could use his proposed decision option as a way to now take questions. So if that makes sense. Or if Commissioner Hom, you just want to start with questions some other way, go ahead.
Thank you. Chair Stephen, I'd like to have a more global discussion on this issue. I think OAG mentioned that we need to give customers a chance to change their behavior. I have a concern with that statement. I think the Minnesota Commission is not social engineering entity. We are not trying to change people's behavior. I think this is about how we're going to charge people based on their cost causation, right? So if somebody is using the energy at the 7 p.m., we need to charge them at that rate. And then if somebody's using the energy at 12 a.m., we need to charge them at that rate. So TOU is not social engineering mechanism. It is about cost causation and assigning right cost to those customers. I think this kind of a framing as a social engineering tool create a huge reaction from the public. That's why I have a concern with your statement. I understand your statement, but I think we need to be careful using that statement because we are not trying to change people's behavior. We are going to charge people based on what they are using.
Ms. Hinderly.
Thank you, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom. I think what my statement was solely in the context of an opt-in rate for people who have elected to try to take advantage of a rate where they are kind of offering up to change their behavior. So I want to put that in that context, first of all. On the cost causation point, I think we agree that's important. I think that a time of use rate can do both. And while I agree it's important to have, cost causation, folks to understand the cost they're imposing on the system, I think that this is a big change for people. And, doing that all of a sudden and having folks all of a sudden see, one, I think it's also unclear we're going to get it totally right the first time. As shown by Xcel's pilot and the kind of lack of data and some of the frustration in this docket with that. But I also think that, folks need some time to be educated about the costs they're imposing on the system. And given the opportunity, if it's not worth it, if it's not worth it for them to pay that much, given the opportunity and the education so that they can know to make that call themselves, right? So it's about providing customers with enough information to make decisions on their own, first off, as to whether being on a time of use rate is right for them, and also about whether they want to pay more or they want to change their behavior. So I think we see this as customer choice and giving customer the information and the opportunity to modify their behavior if they want to, or, if they want to pay a higher cost, they can pay a higher cost. But at first, we think it's important that that be an opt-in opportunity because it is a big change for a lot of people in Xcel service territory.
Thank you for that response. That's why I told you that I understand what you're trying to say, but we need to be very careful using certain term because people reaction, how I read people's reaction to original proposal was they perceive this as a social engineering, not rate-making principle based on cost causation. That has to be a message to the public that this is based on cost causation and we are trying to assign right cost to the right people. This is what we are trying to do here. But if we are making this as a people perceive this as social engineering, we will have a lot negative reaction to this redesign because we used to socialize cost within the class. So we always talk about interclass subsidy, but also we have an intra-class subsidy. We're trying to remove intra-class subsidy through this time of use rate to making sure that right cost is assigned to proper customer. So to me, this is nothing to do with the social engineering. We are not trying to change people's behavior. We are trying to set the cost at the right price to the right people. It's up to the customer. Whether they want to choose it or not, it's up to the customer.
Ms. Enderle.
Thank you, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom. I think we're in agreement. We've always been supportive of the rate being opt-in. I think for some of the reasons that you're highlighting. I think that I apologize you're getting the B team here today instead of Mr. Cherney, so I apologize if I didn't use the right terminology. I think that what we see is some people are very willing to change their behavior. I think that's one takeaway we saw in Xcel's pilots was there were a certain number of highly engaged customers who did change their behavior and, you know, maybe because they wanted to. And so we see this as giving people the opportunity to take advantage of the rate to be at a level that's more cost causative of when they're using power, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. So in your view, we are not trying to penalize any subclass of these customers. We are trying to assign right cost to the right group of people based on their cost causation principle.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, we agree that this should not be about penalizing anybody.
Okay, thank you.
So it seems to me like overall what Xcel is proposing now is one of the high-level points that I think was just reflected in Commissioner Hom's questions to the OAG was that the proposal in front of us now is an opt-in, and some parties still want us to make it an opt-out. And so Commissioner Sullivan's proposal lays out an opt-in. In the interest of trying to come to a decision today, I'll just state up front that I think there's ample reason to make it an opt-in at this point, that there doesn't seem to be enough success in the pilots to show that that Xcel's general residential customer base is ready for an opt-out. And I appreciate that Commissioner Sullivan seems to, his proposal states that, and then also I think attempts to look at how to look towards moving to an opt-out, which I think, if I understand, is what revised 36 is. And I didn't really think about this much before the opening comments. The problem with 36, the way I see it, being require Xcel to file after 5 years a report evaluating the opt-in and analyzing the costs and benefits of transitioning to a system-wide default time of use rate. Do we really need to, is that really necessary? I'm not sure that is the transition plan that necessarily makes sense to me, but Xcel, what did you say about revised 36? And instead, how do you propose overall that we'll evaluate whether if we move forward with your proposal largely, which is an opt-in, what will be the opportunity for parties to evaluate and determine the next step?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. We were supportive of Sullivan Revised 36. In particular, given the really strong customer reaction to a default or an opt-out rate, our preference would be to not be locked into having that be the outcome here, but we're happy to take this time and then come back and analyze whether or not that is the right next step.
Because we're not determining, you're saying Sullivan Revised 36 is just looking in 5 years at potentially going to an opt-out, more or less.
Correct.
And what's the magic about 5 years instead of any other time period? Like, can't you do it after your annual reports? Are you just going to be able to have that data to begin to express to future commissions whether it should be considered?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. So there are a couple different reporting metrics throughout the decision options. So there's the number 34 is the annual program evaluation. So we will be providing data. I do have a proposed alteration to that one, but essentially they're like on an annual basis, parties will get to hear from us about how the pilot is going. Trying to assess whether or not an opt-out rate is appropriate after 1 year feels way too fast. One of the outcomes, we did a 2-year pilot, and one of the things that we saw was in the first year, strong movement, second year, less movement. I think one of the things we would want to see is like, is there customer fatigue over time with a rate? And so pushing that out. Now, whether it's 3, 4, or 5 years, I think we could live with something less than 5, but probably at least 3, so that we have time to get that data and have some longitudinal perspective on how customers responded to the rate.
Okay, and then since I took us there, the reporting is 34, you support revised 36, and then what about the other reporting stuff? Or what do you think is the best pathway? Because it feels like some of this is a lot of reporting that's going to happen or on a lot of different metric. What's the plural of metrics? Matrices? I don't know. On a lot of different metrics.
A lot of metrics.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. So there's a 90-day compliance filing, which is the details of that are under decision options 29 and 30. That I've stated our preferences for those. It's largely that we're in support. Then that's 90 days after the
And it's,
commission's order.
sorry to interrupt, all of 29 that you support and all of 30?
Correct, except for CEE 30B instead of the original B.
Okay, got it. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. And then 34, which is then the annual. So we were talking about the 90-day compliance after 90 days after the order. Then this would be our annual kind of repeating evaluations. This says beginning 12 months after implementation. In talking to our team, that would mean that we're giving you a report with less than 12 months of data. So a proposal would be to change this to 15 months after implementation.
In
and then 12
34.
months every year. Yes.
Sorry. So you would propose to strike 12 in 34 and insert 15.
Yes, and then 12 months every year thereafter for however many years until 36, DO 36, whatever we decide for the years there.
And every 12 months. Thereafter, okay, I think I got that. And then, did you, Commissioner Tuma? And then 36, and what about, you said 37 too. That's another reporting one. You support 37 and Xcel's, I think you said that, correct? You support, yeah, it says Xcel too.
Chair Seaman, correct. We support 37, and then 41 is getting together with stakeholders to determine what exactly we would be reporting in those annual reports.
So in 41, you support Xcel revised 41, and not, Commissioner Sullivan has just regular 41 or there. And then, so on that to the department, I guess. Why do you still support, sorry if you said this before, Dr. Lieb, do you still support 41 over Xcel revised 41?
Chair Sieben, the department's indifferent between Xcel revised or the original.
And Cub, what about you? Are you okay with revised 41?
Yes, Chair Sieben, we're also okay. With
And Mr. Zahn, are you okay with Xcel revised 41?
My only concern with 41, Chair Sieben, is I don't know what Excel's data retention standards are, and if it was less than the time period, you're like throwing away the data that we need to evaluate this stuff. So, like, we need that data, and I don't want it being thrown away because of Excel's data retention policies. That seems counterproductive.
Okay. And then we're kind of good on reporting stuff. Then Commissioner Tuma?
Yeah, I appreciate that was helpful. I want to go back to revisit 36 if I could a little bit with the company. And the way I read 36 is this. I always hate to bind future commissions. And so if we weren't to do 36, anybody at any time in the future, more than likely at some annual meeting, could say, we want to do an opt-out. The way I read Sullivan, what Sullivan was doing was saying, instead of we're going to do one in 1 year, it was like, let's pause this for 5 years. I think he's saying there's a reason for pausing it because we don't want to have the negative backlash that we saw that happened when we tried to roll out the pilot or dealt with the pilot. And so I viewed his more as a pause. Let's look at it in 5 years. Let's not try to fix it, have someone try to fix it at year 3 or year 4. That's the way I read it, but I don't know if that's the way you were reading it. That's kind of out. So I do think it's significantly different than the way it was originally drafted. So give me your thoughts.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, I hadn't been thinking about it that way, but that makes sense to me. To me, it was we're already providing annual reports, so there's like this annual review that's already happening. So let's pick a point a little further in the future to take a more holistic view on how it's going.
Yeah, and then maybe that's why I'm calling it a pause as opposed to we're heading down this road. I don't think it's indicating that that's where we're going to head in 5 years. Who knows who's going to be sitting here? And they might have a different point of view, but just for the sanity of the system, let's just pause for 5 years. It seemed like the 1 year folks are saying we should go there and we got to go there. So that's how I read it differently. And so I'm comfortable with his reasoning, but we also don't have to do it either, is what I'm thinking. But so those are my thoughts. But
I was reading it a little differently after the last question, that we would be under this proposal, we would be implementing now an opt-in. And then after 5 years of doing 5 years of opt-in, more or less, then Xcel will tell us, like, here's the costs and benefits of transitioning to an opt-out.
And then a future commission at that time will look at it and say, you know what, we don't want to do it.
Yeah, or Xcel could file at that time they want to make it an opt-out, but we're not deciding that now, whether they are.
And that's why I view it kind of more as a pause than we're on the track to do it. You see what I mean? And when it was 1 year, it was kind of like I felt like, yeah, we're going to do this. We're on the track to do it. Just develop it in 1 year. And when you go to 5 year, it feels more to me like a pause because who knows what the commission will look like? Who knows what the market will look like at that stage or the system need at that stage.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm trying to frame it. In my mind, I'm comfortable with 5 if it's framed like we're going to stabilize this for a while. That doesn't mean a commission in 4 years can't change their mind. They always can.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's kind of setting a signal that we're going to let this one sit and marinate for a while before we try to cook it.
And hopefully, like, let the number of people grow who are opting into it and then see the results. Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Okay, so based on the prior conversation in the general customer, the time of use docket, don't we have to reevaluate everything or the value everything in the rate case because of CCOSS and other impact to the other ratepayers in this one? And then in that process, don't we have to do cost-benefit analysis anyway in every rate case? Because we have to make sure that our rates are just and reasonable.
Thank you, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom. In terms of, and we have experts in the room who can answer this in a more detailed fashion if you need, but this rate was designed to be revenue neutral across the seasons, right, and across the time frame for the class. Now, getting into like the impacts on individual customer classes, I would have to phone a friend on that one.
Yeah, that's why I refer to my prior conversation with another council. Clearly, there is a potential impact because if you do not need additional peak capacity, there is an additional rate impact to it. So that's why I don't know whether it'll be revenue neutral as you designed. I think you are assuming everything is fixed and then it's revenue neutral. But this is a design to change things in terms of the peak consumption level. So it has an impact to the overall rate recovery requirements or the potential wholesale, at the minimum, wholesale revenue portion of it. So that's why I'm wondering, I'll ask also department on that issue, what is their plan to deal with this one? Because I understand when we see this in isolation, yes, but in the rate case, we have to see everything in the full picture. That's why I was wondering whether the 5-year comprehensive study is good enough. What do we need this one every rate case to make sure that we are not having unjust and unreasonable rates?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, to the extent that the commission would like us to look at that in the rate cases, I obviously would. I would be happy to call up my colleague to talk in more detail about how we would do that.
Okay. In the meantime, can I ask a department? So same question to you. What is your plan to evaluate this one during the rate case? Because it has a direct impact to CCOSS and potential other revenue.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, Nancy Campbell's online and will address that question much better than I could.
Ms. Campbell, welcome back. Please state your name.
Nancy Campbell for the Department of Commerce. Thank you for that question. In this docket, it really is more of a rate design revenue neutral issue, but I understand after it's implemented, there could be impacts, obviously, if it's successful or not on wholesale revenues or costs. But as you know, a lot of the wholesale revenues, asset-based margins, and capacity costs are 100% true up. I mean, we have a tracker for Xcel's capacity costs in the rate case that we'll be looking at, and for asset-based margins, it's flow through. So most of those impacts will be captured respectively. But, we can certainly look and see if there's other ones. But there's usually a lag to the benefits after you implement this. So it's probably not in this rate case, probably the next one.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. In that case, the transmission cost is based on 12 CP. Is it still true, or do we have a different way to charge this customer class on the transmission line cost?
I believe it's still 12 CP, but I'd have to confirm that.
That's why if it's a 12 CP, and is it flow through or is it fixed at the rate case?
If you're talking about transmission costs, or are you talking about MISO charges and wholesale charges?
Transmission
and capacity.
Sorry to interrupt you. Transmission costs in rate case. So when you are assigning certain costs, the residential class and general class, you use a 12 CP. Are you changing that every year based on their actual usage, or are we fixing it based on historical usage and then we set it at the rate case?
The transmission costs are probably fixed, unless it's somehow addressed in the TCR rider, but I doubt it. That's usually just individual transmission projects.
So in that case, next rate case, don't we have to redo it based on what's going on?
We'd probably want to evaluate it to see if it is changed the needle enough to change that.
Okay. So in that case, can we just change those information without fully vetting this one, and then you think it still is a just and reasonable rates?
Sorry, can you repeat the first part of that?
So let's say you fix that today. Xcel has the existing rate case. We are going to fix it, and now this new rate kicks in. And then following rate case, do you think we can set the next rate without fully vetting this new time of use rates? Do you think we can set the just and reasonable rates with just a cursory review of the annual report?
Well, my understanding is these time of use rates are going to match up with the current rate case. So that would be, you're talking about, you'd have to see how successful this project is to determine if it really does adjust rates, and we would address that in the next rate case. So the current rate case is 2025-2026 test year, so we're well into that time period already, and by the time you get this approved, and my understanding is this will match up with those change in rates. So
yeah, thank you. My question is a following rate case. What information do you need to fully vet next following rate case, not the current rate case, if we implement this one today?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think we would just have to look at whether it makes sense to still do it 12 CP or if we would need to do anything else. And plus, I think we need to see how successful this pilot is to see if it really is going to change the needle on the cost.
Yeah, that was my question. Without fully vetting this validity of this time of use rate, can you manage the next following rate case? So if you need more information like revised 36, the 5-year period may be too long. That's why I was asking you, since I'm not an expert on this rate design, probably you and Xcel's expert witness can help us to make sure that we do not have any gap in the next rate case.
Yeah, we're happy to take a look at that with Xcel if you would like us to.
Thank you.
Did you want to add anything? Please state your name if you do.
Nick Pollock from Xcel. We could certainly redo the analysis, for the rate case, but it's based on the IRP forecast. So that's.
Oh, your mic isn't on, I guess. The load forecast.
The load forecast.
That is done in this, or that's done in the rate case, is based on the IRP. Right. And so I think Commissioner Ham's question is, like, over time, once this is implemented, if we get there by implementation is January, I think, then are we going to see savings from peak load purchases, for example, in this docket that then would need to fold into the reporting so that it can be incorporated into your either that rate case that's already filed or the next one? Is that
certainly
the next rate case?
Sure, Commissioner Stephen, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Ham. Yes, all the data that we use to generate the rate case would go into that next rate case.
And there's enough reporting in this matrix of reporting where Xcel is going to be, if we approve this, some of the reporting is going to show how your market purchases decline, for example, and then that data would get folded into your next rate case.
I would caution if it is an opt-in, the number may be small and might not be able to move the needle on market purchases. I mean, there's a lot of variables that go into what the company uses for market purchases, and I'm probably a little bit over my skis on that topic. So
are we. Or so am I. Commissioner Ham's on it, but go ahead.
I'm more optimistic. And so being said, yeah, it doesn't matter whether we are pessimistic, optimistic. Without information, when the positive side happens, we cannot properly evaluate it. That's why I'm just asking whether we have enough information. If we have only 5-year comprehensive report, can we have a proper rate case when something positive happens? Even though it's opt-in, we have a significant people opt-in. I think it's up to company. If you do well in the outreaching, probably it'll be very positive. So I count on you guys on doing it. But being said, if that happens, do we have enough information?
I think we do have enough information, yes.
Okay. I hope department is okay with it then. Okay, thank you.
If we talk about next about the on-peak period, Commissioner Sullivan proposed that we pick up Xcel's recommended decision option or Xcel's recommended time from 7 to 10 p.m. When I was reviewing the record, I was persuaded by Fresh Energy's comments that instead of just looking at July, you look at the overall system peak to determine 6 to 9. The practical, like, mom side of me too is weighing in a little bit here, I'll just say. And like, if you want me to opt into a proposal like this, waiting till 10 p.m. to give your kid a bath or start your laundry is like very late for me. So that's a loaded question there, a two-part question. You don't have to answer the second part, but like, tell me again why 6 to 9 makes more sense for the overall system benefit.
Yeah, excuse me. Thank you, Chair. And always want to defer to the practical mom side, so do appreciate that. But from a system perspective, you're correct. We looked at the full year to identify which period of time the company would be relying most on market purchases. And when we look at the entire year, we see 6 to 9 as the period as opposed to 7 to 10, which is what the company got in their analysis looking at July. And I want to be clear, their analysis was correct. It was just specifically looking at July, whereas we look at the entire year. I think as the grid changes, as there's increasing penetration of renewables, as there's increasing electrification, the peak is shifting as well. And that's where you're seeing that the 6 to 9 period is a bit more forward-looking and allowing us to get ahead of some of those peaks in some sense. And that's our rationale for proposing that.
On that line, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I was looking at it, and I want you to analyze this for me because my simple mind liked it, but I may be missing something. On page 10 of the briefing papers, redoes figure 1. And when I looked at that and I superimposed the 6 to 9 and the 7 to 10, it seems like the 7 to 10 captured more of the red zone, and particularly out in the future years, than the 6 to 9. And so if I wanted to, if I find this data is accurate at where we're going with the peak, it seems like Xcel's suggestion fits better with their system. But I think you made a good argument too. There's also what I think you call it, the snapback or something, where people all of a sudden, boom, 10 o'clock, they're doing their laundry and they're doing their stuff like that. So I'm trying to justify that. But if I were to get this accurate, Xcel's would probably fit this data better, but you make the argument that ours is more realistic because of what people have experienced in other areas. That's the way I see it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Tuma. So to make sure we're on the same figure, so on page 10 of the briefing papers, figure 1, as I understand it, that's the July data that Xcel is looking at. Our data is looking at the full year to identify those periods. So that's why it doesn't align with that. And we believe that looking at the full year as the system changes is a better analysis to get that peak period.
So what you would be saying to me is, you look at the full year, John, that red zone starts moving back in time.
Earlier.
That is correct.
Got it. Xcel, your response to that.
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Tuma, I think that we appreciate the analysis that they did. We're focusing on like the highest system cost time periods for our system, and that's summer, July. And we are also looking towards this long-term, what's happening to the peak period into 2030, like you pointed out on figure 1. So that's where we support staying on our 7 to 10 proposal based on our analysis of our system at our system peaks and highest cost times.
I got this data kind of frozen in my head. Would you agree with them if they would do a full year analysis, the red goes back in time a little bit or sooner in time? Or do you disagree with that?
I don't have any reason to disagree with that right now. We didn't identify any issues with their analysis.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. For the company, since I think last year, company is trying to do like a seasonal ILP. You are trying to plan based on season rather than annual peak-based planning, right?
Commissioner Hom, that's not my area of expertise, but I do understand that generally to be the case, yes.
Okay. Being said, why are you still trying to use July as an only indicator? I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you with the time frame, but what is your rationale that you are planning for 4 different seasons and that you are procuring or building and buying and your capacity based on seasonal behavior of these customers and your generation availability? Why are you only focusing on July, which is an annual framework that we used to have until 2 or 3 years ago?
Thank you, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Hom. My basic understanding is that is a time period with an outsized impact on overall cost, and so we want to make sure to capture that in the time period where we are assigning highest cost to the customers for energy usage. To go deeper than that, I would again have to call up Mr. Pollock.
Yes. Is it okay?
Mm-hmm. Mr. Pollock.
Yes, what Ms. Steinhauser said is correct. We are looking at not just July, but we did look at other months, and they all show that the highest peaks are in the 7 to 10 frame. In terms of the winter, the peaks are a little bit different, but the peaks in the summer are the highest, and so that's where we wanted to train the peak to and the time of day. We feel that doing different time of days in the winter versus the summer might be very confusing to customers, and so we wanted to focus on that highest time period in the summer when costs are the highest.
Okay, so 2 issues. One is, I think a lot of people are talking about 2028 MISO clip. That is, MISO is changing their capacity accreditation methodology in 2028. Our riskiest season becoming winter rather than summer. Are you aware of that information?
I was not aware of that information.
So that's why, I don't know, I know you guys are working hard on this one, but there's some gap between what will happen in 2028 and what you guys are designing this one. That's why I'm not comfortable with this 5-year gap in the next full evaluation on this. But I think a lot of people are nervous about 2028, and then we are becoming winter peaking, not necessarily peak, but they are talking about net peak, because a lot of solar is not available after 4, 5 p.m. in the evening, and then we can have a serious net peaking issue during the winter time, and MISO is planning to bring down accreditation of the solar battery and many other resources to have their own way of making the capacity accreditation. So seems like it is not well reflected in this rate design. So that's my concern, that I hope we have a faster than 5-year evaluation. Even though we have a 5-year, I think hopefully company can evaluate internally and come back with a different change if it is required. That's why I was asking whether either 5-year or next rate case. So whichever is earlier you guys can evaluate this one, then I'll be more comfortable, because we don't know what will happen in 2028, to be honest, because that's so drastic change from a lot of people's viewpoint. So if we do that, do you think you can properly reflect all those information in your next round?
Yeah, I believe we can. I think we would plan to look at this again for the next rate case. So we would certainly fold that knowledge in, and depending on what MISO is projecting.
So given that, do you still have a strong preference to 7 to 10 over 6 to 9?
We do not have a strong preference. We prefer 7 to 10.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner Hom, I appreciate that line of question and think I'm tracking in general. There's going to be an ongoing every year evaluation too. For example, that will include like how many people are opting into this rate, correct?
That's correct.
And I'm interested in hearing Cub's thoughts because I know you supported 6 to 9 in the record too. But as we think about if we want to incentivize people to get onto this time of use rate, like the metrics of what the data shows is important and certainly a factor, but I think like the practical side of are people going to do this and opt into it is really important for us to design a rate overall that people want to join. And I'm wondering, Cub, if that kind of evaluation of the practical nature of the later you shift the period, you might get fewer people who are willing to opt into the rate overall, and they'll just stay on the default flat rate. Was that part of your analysis at all for 6 to 9?
I can, Chair Steven, I can perhaps start, and I will defer to my colleague Brandon Crawford to come up for the rest of the discussion on peak hours. But yes, and we certainly saw, Commissioner Hom previously mentioned some of the public comments we saw come in early on when the initial rate was proposed, and a lot of the concern was not only, I thought, reflected, customers not wanting to be necessarily told what to do in an opt-out rate, but concern around specifically the longer 5-hour peak and when that was happening. So the type of rate that gets designed is definitely going to be, we think, important to customer acceptance of what they're willing to or willing to not do.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's important for all of us to collectively think about the type of people that would be willing to opt into this. I assume it's the record supports people who are more energy conscious, who are willing to shift their usage to different hours of the day. It doesn't work for my family when you look at the cost differential, even between the new proposal of a on-peak rate versus an off-peak, because I can't wait to do 5 loads of laundry until 9 or 10 p.m. But it might work for people who are working during that peak period, for example. Other people who are who have all of the fancy gadgets to be able to start their dishwashers after they go to bed and that sort of thing. But I do think, Xcel, if you're willing to concede that that peak time period could change too, I assume, as the commission continues to look at the annual evaluations. So Commissioner Sullivan isn't here to defend himself but my preference is we would go to 6 to 9 p.m. because I think that analysis that Fresh Energy said about looking at the year-round data is persuasive enough, as is the practical. You might just get more people who are willing to opt in if it's from 6 to 9. So no real strong objection if we move that direction. And does it change any of your overall, anything else in here that we should know about if we do that, Ms. Steinhauser?
Thank you, Chair Steven. There is not strong opposition to shifting to the 6 to 9. Again, we were also looking at the longer term, hoping we wouldn't have to change it as frequently because we're showing peak shifting. But there are lots of variables that we're trying to manage, and we do expect that with the proposal for the regular evaluations that stakeholders can chime in if they feel like the rate needs to be.
But just to be clear, if we shifted to decision option, that would do 6 to 9. then that's year-round. It's not seasonal.
Correct.
Okay. Dr. Lieb, any objection to that or things you wanted to say as the department about the 6 to 9?
Chair Sieben, I think that we understand the point about 6 to 9, but I think the department's proposal was 4 to 7 because that aligns with existing LMPs and MISO and reduces the risk of exposure to market sales. 6 to 9 is...
I thought that was for your critical peak pricing, or no? No. Your original proposal was still, or what you were supporting in the record was, instead of 7 to 10, was 4 to 7.
4 to 7.
Oh, and that's what Mencia wanted too. So, okay, I'm getting it.
Sorry, I've
No.
also had my team coming up here a bunch of times because there's a lot here. So we're supporting decision option 6.
Which would move it from 4 to 7. That's a pretty big shift, though, from 7 to 10. And so I don't know what my colleagues think, but shifting to 6 to 9 seems like a reasonable thing to do. Commissioner Hum.
Thank you, Chair Siebert. Thank you for using data to support your position. I think that's a good thing. But isn't it historical data? It's not about the forward-looking data, right?
Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom, that's true, and I think where we're coming from on that position is, again, this is the way we're thinking about this. It's still, especially if you do it as opt-in and continue to slowly evaluate it, it's not likely to be enough customers on this next year that it's really going to shift anything one way or the other. And the forward-looking is forecast, and it's difficult to make predictions, especially about the future. So I think the department thinks at this time it makes more sense to go based on backwards looking market exposure concerns, LMPs, data that we can really tie ourselves to. And if we are seeing something substantially change in the market next year or 2 years from now, I think there's enough built-in flexibility in how we're rolling out this program that we could shift the peak period if we're seeing a substantial change. But at this time, we feel more comfortable with the backward-looking actual data rather than something that's forecast.
Yeah, but based on what I see in the MISO queue and based on what I see in how fast MISO is deploying solar, compared to last year, 3,000 to this year, I think close to 10,000+ megawatts. The way it is being deployed, I think we can have a lot of energy around 4 to 7 p.m. due to the solar's performance. I think solar is doing really great. That's why we are having this issue of peak time is being pushed to the either 6 to 9 or 7 to 10. That's why I understand Commissioner Sullivan is trying to do 7-10 because that's what he's getting information from the MISO, and then that's why MISOs are changing their market rule in many different ways. That's why I understand, yes, historical data is important. When we are moving very fast, we may need to look ahead and trying to at least accommodate some. That's why I originally prefer 7 to 10, but now I'm more convinced the 6 to 9 in different reason. And plus...
Yours is data, mine is hunch.
No, but that's why I think, isn't it good middle ground between 7 to 10 versus 4 to 7 to go with the 6 to 9, because that way we have a less change potentially. I understand we can change it because I was pushing that, but also we have to see the MISO clip in the 2028, and maybe it's better we have some stability there, even though I was pushing for some change.
Moving on to net metering and electric vehicles, Commissioner Sullivan laid out a path here. Commissioner Hom or Commissioner Tuma, do you have any questions around that? Or Xcel said they support 17 instead of 20. And my understanding aligns with the way staff recommended this in my briefing and talking it through with me, is that right now, like the EV rate that or the EV option that Xcel has proposed may not line up fully with the new time of use proposal here, and so it might be better just to make sure we get it right and then figure it out. That's why we would deny without prejudice changing it now, so that we could get a little more refined proposal that might work for customers like me who have managed charging and, well, not like me, might want to opt into the time of use rate. Does that you understand that that's what Commissioner Sullivan is proposing? And even though you're supporting 17, like we could still, I see it as like we can still figure it out here in the TAP that's coming up then
Chair Sieben,
in 21.
Agreed. The current 3 periods in for the EV tariffs do not align with the TOU periods that we're talking about today.
Mhm.
So that was what 17 was to align those. If the commission prefers to deal with that in the transportation electrification plan in November, we can do that.
I think it wasn't, right? I shouldn't be asking Ms. Terwilliger on record, but but the price differential, if you shrunk the period in the EV time of use thing, I'm not saying it right, but I think it's better just to wait for the TAP and get it aligned.
It's messing with the people that are on charger, first trickle charge on this. And so they built they designed the way they're doing it around that, and it's going to be expensive if we force them to change. That's what I have in my notes.
And we need a longer period to charge too. Okay. So no huge problem though if we did Commissioner Sullivan's 20 and 21. Ms. Steinhauser?
Chair Sieben, agreed. We can deal with this in the TEP. The one kind of gap that this leaves is that it would cancel the time of day rate. If we were to follow Commissioner Sullivan's proposal, our time of day rate would be canceled.
In what number?
It's if you read above 22, it says if the commission does not adopt DO 23, the company's existing TOD rate will be canceled.
Okay, we'll work with staff about, or do you have, would we just like not, how would we fix that?
I had a quick proposal
Great.
To add to 20. After request 2, say cancel its time of day rate and
Cancel its time of day rate. Because you'd be denying you're canceling it.
correct.
Nodding. And then we just wouldn't do that little sentence that he put there. And then,
You would keep the and update.
yeah. And update. And then the medical device dependent customers, they're not going to be, it will be opt-in, right? So nothing needs to change there.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions on the net metering or electric vehicles, commissioners? Then bill protection and shadow billing. I see Commissioner Sullivan put no bill protection. I don't know why, but I would assume it's because it's an opt-in. But
And shadow billing.
and shadow billing. The question I have around shadow billing is, this require Xcel to explore the feasibility when and file an update in your 90-day compliance plan. It seemed like in the record, a lot of other utilities are doing something like this around the country, and I think of like my bill that I get where it has a little bar chart that shows like what your energy usage was last year. Is that kind of what shadow billing would be in your estimation? Like, it would give a snapshot of what, if you were on a time of use rate, you potentially could pay. It's kind of, I don't fully understand because it's so dependent on your usage. I don't know how you shadow project what you could make, you know, or what your bill would be about energy decisions. So, two-part question. Ms. Steinhauser, if other utilities can do it, like, why can't you? And then, do you have any idea about how much it would cost?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. The rate advisor tool that we are proposing and to use for our customers essentially does shadow billing. It just doesn't put it on a bill. So it has that functionality and more in that it can, it's a little bit more dynamic, and that customers can use it to kind of project what their savings would be, project what behavior could change to affect their bill.
And that would be on a website?
That would be through the My Account app.
Okay.
That we have for our customers.
And that is sort of like your shadow billing proposal. It's just not called shadow billing?
It's not called shadow billing, and it doesn't appear on a bill.
Makes sense to me. I mean, I don't.
Well,
I don't know.
my concern is, I look at my bill, and that's what I look at every month. And when you do the shadow billing, it's not what my usage was in the past, is what my usage is at that time. And based
Except
on
for
that
that little
time,
bar chart, it does show what your
well, I could look at both.
usage was in the past.
Right. But this will give me if you were not on this time of use rate, you would have paid $100, but you ended up paying $90, and so you're still good. And so what this tells the customer, at some point, if I'm reading my bill and I thought I was going to save money, and I get my July bill and I paid $120, and I would have been on the old system at 110, I then would react to that and either make a decision to get off or whatever, opt out or change it. And I think that's, to me, the beauty of a shadow bill is I know the customer gets it.
So it works if you're on time of use, and then to compare it to what your flat rate would have been. But I don't understand how it works the reverse way unless you go into the app and like estimate your usage during certain hours, and then it would tell you. Is that the right way to think about it?
The actual ins and outs of how the app would work, I would have to call up Jesse Peterson if you'd want to get into that. But it does let you calculate a bill based on multiple rate options, our advisor tool. So that would be a difference. It's not just that one snapshot for the month. It is looking at either a snapshot for the month or forward-looking or against different rate options.
My concern here is I'm thinking of my good friend, Ms. Tolman, or CAO folks. And I can imagine where I get my bill, I've got my bill, and I should have noticed that because I've got notice that something's going on with what my rate choice was. Or by asking customers to go back, and they might say, after about 6 months, I don't know if this is quite working. And I go back and I found out, man, I paid $200. I want my money back. Xcel didn't give me enough information, yada, yada, yada. And I see a lot of complaints coming to you and then coming to CAO because of that, where when you set out a bill, it's kind of there. I mean, that where our staff can look at it and say, well, it was on your bill for the last 6 months. Didn't you notice? I mean, that to me is kind of almost a defense for you from having customers all mad at you because they paid $600 too much, as opposed to maybe a couple, $20 on a particular bill. And so that's why I was gravitating to the shadow bill. I think it just puts everybody on notice. It's the thing everybody looks at. That's why I kind of liked it, but you can tell me otherwise. But
Ms. Steinhauser.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, I hear what you're saying. I think we have a tool that we think is going to serve our customers better longer term, because it is not about that snapshot. It is about how to adjust your usage in different time frames to get different results, and seeing those results in the app. It also allows customers who have not yet opted into the time of use rate to see what their behavior on the flat rate, what that would look like under time of use. So it's just.
Why not both in that situation? I mean, there's the Anna Twilligers of the world. Where I know she would look at all that information 15 times in 15 different ways. But then there's my grandma, who is very conscious of her electricity. She always was, because you go to her house and she had one light bulb on. That was it. But she's not going to go on the computer and analyze that. She's going to look at her bill. And so I'm just saying, why couldn't you just have both? I mean, it doesn't seem like
Except how do you project, if she is on the flat rate, what her time of use rate would be for that? If she's never going to go look on the app, she's never going to opt into a time of
She would have
use
to
rate
choose to pick that and say, that's the thing for me. And then she would look at her shadow bill. I mean, that's what would tell her
Yeah,
what's
but the
going on.
shadow bill is just like I don't get how it's accurate.
Well, it is accurate because it looks at your usage the month before, and it calculates two different rates against it. One what you're going to pay, and one what you would have paid had you not been on the time of use rate. So it'll be accurate. It's just like she says, a snapshot. They could have won the 5 months preceding. They could have won every one of those months, and that's what you're saying is they could have won every one of those months, and now they're mad because they see July messed them up. And so I get that, but
I don't think your current bill, though, tracks when you use your energy on your flat rate. And so I'm not, unless I'm wrong, would your shadow bill proposal or this shadow billing project what your usage would be under a time of use rate?
no, because it's only for the people who are on the time of use
Right.
rate.
That's what I'm saying. Why it doesn't work both ways.
Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma, the other consideration is just cost. You'd be creating redundant systems at double the cost. So that would be the other reason. It's about $2 to $3 million is what we've currently budgeted for a shadow billing system.
What if we asked you to evaluate it at your annual plan at your next year when you're done with a year's worth of data? So then you're starting to get information and work with stakeholders about evaluating whether to do it in a year from now. It might be, I don't know.
Chair Stephen, you mean evaluate whether or not shadow billing makes sense in addition to whatever tools we develop? We can evaluate that after a year.
Well, Cub is all anxious. I'm probably saying something crazy, so I want to make sure they get a chance to jump in.
Thank you, Chair Stephen, Commissioner Tuma. I just wanted to clarify around shadow billing a little bit. Our understanding of what other utilities have done is that shadow billing goes on to every bill, regardless of whether the customer is on the time of use rate. And so a customer that's not on the time of use rate, who maybe would not be a highly engaged customer otherwise, where they wouldn't go and look for that alternative rate, would actually receive the bill and maybe see that they're a natural or structural winner on time of use, and then could choose to opt into the rate at that point. So especially for an opt-in rate even, shadow billing can be a really useful tool in helping customers understand if they should go onto the rate, if they should stay on the one flat rate. There's also utilities that have done annual shadow billing, so not only do you see what you would have done on that month, but after having 12 months of data, you can see what you would have paid for the year on the standard rate versus the shadow versus the time of use rate. And so in instances where you see seasonal variation, on the time of use rate, maybe your summer bill would be higher than in the winter bill. That could be another case where, customers can compare an annual savings and stay on the time of use rate rather than be shocked by a summer bill on the time of use rate.
That's different than what I understood from Xcel. I was thinking a shadow bill is only for time of use customers. Or do you agree with Cub that it's going to be for all customers?
Commissioner Tuma, I don't know that we've assessed that yet. I'm not sure, sitting here right now.
Then I would look at Cub and said, probably should make that clear then, because you would look at 28 as being for all customers, is what you're saying.
That's correct, Commissioner Tuma.
And you think that Xcel now has the capability for me, for example, who's on a flat rate, to look at my usage patterns between 6 and 9 p.m. and then project in my next bill cycle, for instance, if I had been on a time of use rate, this is what my bill would have been for that past month?
Chair Stephen, yeah, it's not future projecting. It's looking at the past bill, but and I won't speak to what Xcel can currently do. I think that was one of the questions we had based on their responses in comments and IRs in this docket. It was unclear what it would cost to be able to facilitate shadow billing. So that was what we wanted to look at the feasibility and costs of in a compliance filing, is actually asking them to investigate what that cost would be.
I see that, and that's in 28. So you're saying they should consider doing it in the 90-day compliance plan.
Chair Stephen, yes. And I'll also add in 28, there's discussion of an RFI. So in the case that Xcel says that for whatever reason, it would cost X amount to upgrade their billing system to be able to enable that, and it seems like an extremely high cost or something that we would need to talk about. But we've understood from other parties in the docket that there are third parties who could provide shadow billing features to Xcel if Xcel's internal billing systems itself can't do it. And so one of the options we wanted to include was if they do think it's not feasible based on their current system to implement shadow billing, to potentially do an RFI to see what that cost would be to have a third party do it instead.
You never asked them to do a refund, have you?
And
I'm agreeing with you because they're asking them to do a refund. We always have a fight about when we can do it because their system can't handle it. It freaks out. Their COBOL
and
program.
then I'm not really sure where we would analyze then. They do a 90-day compliance plan, say it's, going to cost $3 million or whatever to implement. And then after that, they do an RFI to look at the feasibility and the costs, and then file the results in this docket within 6 months of all of that, Ms. Terwilliger? Or within 6 months of the date of the order, so halfway through next year is when we get the analysis, and then the commission would look at the cost and feasibility and then make a decision?
Yes, Chair Steven, I believe if something came in, Xcel said, hey, we can do it, here's how much it's going to cost in the 90-day compliance filing, my guess is that could be something we put out in a notice for comment. Otherwise, if it came in at 6 months and they say, here's the result, we want to do it, we can issue a comment period on that. I believe that there's some various delegations to the executive secretary to issue a comment period on that, depending on when it is. The other option would be to do it with the first annual program evaluation filing, because that would be a natural point at which there could also be a comment period. So a couple options there.
If you would work on language to do it, have the commission look at it, the cost, and whether to do it at the annual update. I think that's maybe a little clearer of implementing it then, if commissioners are okay with that, instead of just saying like, let's go ahead and do it without knowing the costs and everything. If that's okay. Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chelsea. But I just need one clarification. When Xcel says $3 million, is it just updating your app, or is it updating app plus printing in your PDF bill, whatever bill you are sending out?
Thank you, Chair Steven, Commissioner Hahn. The $2 to $3 million is for shadow billing. So that is to get our system equipped to not only bill a customer under one rate, but also assess their bill under a second rate. And then also I would imagine that includes the costs included in getting those out. And I did confirm it is to all customers. It's not just to the customers on the rate.
So you mean putting that information out means, as you said, somebody has to use the app, or that includes printing actual number like what Chair Steven said?
Commissioner Hahn, the app is separate. That's our rate advisory tool that we are proposing we use for this education and information purpose for our customers. To implement shadow billing, which is what stakeholders are asking for, that's $2 to $3 million. It doesn't include the app. That is just putting it on customer bills.
Okay, thank you.
And we wouldn't be making a decision now that we are saying you are going to do shadow billing. We would be saying at 6 months you're going to file, and then at the annual evaluation, I assume we could discuss whether we want to implement it, if that works. Okay.
Got one last question, Chair. And I should have asked staff this, it just caught my eye on Sullivan Revised 16. He changed A50 to A1. Was that just a technical change, or was that a substantive change?
Commissioner Tuma, that would be because if you are denying the proposed changes to the A50 rate tariff, you wouldn't need Xcel to go out and do outreach on the changes.
51 to 56.
Correct. Yep, that's it. Very simple.
It's just a simple technical, it's adopting basically Sullivan's earlier decision.
Any questions on the communication strategies? I know there's a lot here, but that will be helpful for educating the public about the change. Okay, then we already covered the reporting. So any other overall questions from commissioners for parties? Otherwise, then, I think staff has been tracking as we've gone through Commissioner Sullivan's proposal. Why don't we take a short break and make sure we have that? And then we'll, or do we need a short break, Ms. Terwilliger? Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute, we'll come back at 3:30 and then put out what I think is the modified decision option that we discussed. Commission stands in recess.
Thank you.
The commission will come back from its recess, and before we move to the motion, one more question for CEE that I may have asked before, but just wanted to clarify is, do you support the new 8.1 that the department filed, or your the original 8.1 that you filed?
Thank you, Chair Sieben. Yes, we support the new 8.1 and would like to see the rollout of the space heat rate.
Okay, good deal. So we're putting that in the motion that Mr. Williger has helped me compile, and Ms. Kaler has, I think, and getting me to explain what Commissioner Sullivan intended here and how we changed it is going to be a bit tricky, but if you put it up on the screen when you're ready, Ms. Kaler, I think I have a general sense of where, based on the decisions or the discussion today, where we're headed. So as it's coming up, like, we would be approving an opt-in proposal, to be very clear. We would shift that on-peak period from 6 to 9 p.m. So Commissioner Sullivan isn't here to argue against that, but that's what my proposal is here, number 5. And then all of original, the decision option 8 and 8.1
As modified by the department.
as modified. And that includes 8A through G, right, Ms. Terwilliger?
A through G, yes.
And then the department's new, I'm calling it 8.1, but it's essentially what that language right up there that the department proposed to take care of space heating. Then this is consistent with what Commissioner Sullivan filed on net metering customers, so 12, Sullivan new 13, 15, did I say 13? Yeah, I did. Sullivan 12, and then Sullivan 13, 15, Sullivan 16, and then decision option 20 with the new language that Xcel proposed. So it would not cancel its time of day rate and update it to, okay, that as written there. And 21. And then then 28. And Commissioner Toomer, Commissioner Hum, if you want to change this, we can talk about it. But I just thought, like, in its first report, have Xcel file all of the information about whether they've done RFIs, like how they would implement it, and the cost of doing shadow billing in their first annual update. 29, all of 29, 30, except for not B, but instead CEE revised B. That's up there. Then Sullivan modified 36. Did I skip something? 34, sorry. 34 with the 15 months after implementation and then annually thereafter. 30, or Sullivan revised 36 there, 37, 38, and Xcel revised 41. With a big assist from Mr. Williger. Any questions from commissioners, and then we can ask the parties. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. For the 41, I think Mencia raised the, I think, right question on the, what is the Xcel's retention policy, whether there is any need to put that in there, because there's some concern that potentially that creates some gap in data.
Thank you, Chair Sieben, Commissioner Hom. It's more of a forward-looking edit. Our data retention is 6 or 7 years. I don't remember exactly what it is. So there's definitely enough for the annual reports. We've just seen these reporting carry on for a long time. So it was just to indicate that we wouldn't be holding on to data longer than our data retention policy requires.
Mr. Zahn, sound good to you?
Madam Chair, absolutely. If their data retention policy was data 6 to 7 years, that's more than enough time. Absolutely. We're fine with that.
Emails that can disappear in 3 months and I can't figure out what it is.
I have the same problem. So no, that's why I was concerned. And so that's wonderful. That's more than data that we need for this issue.
Any other questions from commissioners on what my motion is? Then, does it work for the parties? Like, you understand overall the direction we're headed, and any big objections or things that we missed that you want us to revisit? Starting with Xcel.
Thanks, Chair Sieben. We understand the direction that the commission is going with this, and we appreciate the opportunity to weigh in on those. We're good with the motion.
Dr. Leap.
The department's really sorry to delay us here, but you might want to consider 23. There's about 1,000 customers on this rate, and it's a pretty special rate, and their lives might be appended if they're not able to stay on it.
Is that the medical customers?
No, it's the existing time of day rate. It's about 1,000 customers, and
I thought we already did that, took care of that, but
we didn't pick 22 or 23.
Ms. Steinhauser?
Chair Sieben, for 20, decision option 20, if we could show that on the screen, that was the proposed edit that we provided to deny without prejudice our request to cancel the TOD rate. And the distinction with, instead of just going with 23, is 23 would have also required us to close it to new applicants, close the rate. So we're just not touching that rate. We're not going to cancel it. We'll address it later.
That was
great.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're
thank
not,
you. Sorry, the
we're not
department
canceling it by denying it, their request to cancel it.
We didn't follow the. Feels like a lot of negatives or something, but that helps. That gets those people grandfathered in, which is our intention.
Anything else, Dr. Lee? Any other party want to raise any? Ms. Hinderly.
Thank you, Chair Sieben. And this is also fairly minor, but I think some clarification might be helpful. For 37, that delegates to the executive secretary to reevaluate whether ongoing reporting requirements remain valuable after the initial phases of the TOU rate implementation are completed. I don't know what the initial phases are currently, but we would recommend saying to notice a comment period to reevaluate. I think actually reevaluating reporting requirements generally would probably be outside of what the executive secretary would normally do. So I think that's the intention, but it might be helpful to be clear.
Yes. That sounds good, but how do we say that, Ms. Kaler? Or do you want to just do it in the order?
I think I got it. Thanks, Chair Sieben.
Okay.
Yeah, just put it up there to issue a notice and comment.
Any other comments from parties? Otherwise, any other overall statements from commissioners on this? Beat that down. Commissioner Tuma, I don't want to deny you your opportunity to talk about your friends.
Well, I was just looking at 37 again, and I was kind of curious if we should put in there language, almost like a negative checkoff. If no one complains, you can institute it or something like that, or without objection. Act or something like that, you know what I mean, Ms. Kaler? Feel like they have to interject if they don't want to.
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Stephen. Yeah, originally I was skeptical about time of use, not because of the time of use, but because we are changing from the base load, the peaking system, to the variable generation plus and all other issues we are facing. But staff persuaded me that this is another good way to procure battery without procuring battery. So it cannot just work as it is, but we have to use this as a potential battery, and then conjunction with this one, we have to use actual physical battery to manage and deal with the potential MISO clip, because yeah, I don't know whether it's true or not, but based on their simulation, we may have a peak at the midnight. So that is crazy, but that's the reality because they are doing the net peak as their peak. So to do that, we have a good way to manage this TOU along with the battery to make sure that we are not falling into their peak period, so we can get full benefit out of this. So.
I think that's also like a good segue to thank parties for their engagement in this docket and help us arrive at something that I think will, hopefully with a lot of push, will get there to be more robust adoption by Xcel customers. And so really, even though if we didn't go as far as some parties wanted us to on like the opt-in or the opt-out, I still really appreciate everyone engaging in this docket and helping the commission make a decision that I think will should sit well with the public, and hopefully people that are able to shift their usage can do so under this offering. So thanks to the company and all the parties for your extensive work on this and the ongoing work that certainly will continue. So and obviously thank you to our staff always, as always. So on our overall motion, all commissioners in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion prevails. The commission's adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. And commissioners falling off as we go along.